Mets and, of course, the Phillies, but the Mets with those 88 wins are hoping to improve in their record, but again, a lot of people doubt it.
Well, the fans here at Shea Stadium appear to be ready. The Mets are being introduced, or at least are about to be introduced. You hear the voice of Bob Murphy yielding to Ralph Kiner, so let's head down to the field.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, everybody, are you ready to beat the 1998 New York Mets? Starting his second full season as team's manager, a former Mets player and native of Stamford, Connecticut, please welcome Bobby Valentine. And now for the Mets starting lineup. Leading off, he went 3 for 4 in his first Mets debut last August. The center fielder, Brian McRae. He finished last season 8th in the league with a career best .315 batting average, hitting in the number 2 spot. Number 13, third baseman, Edgardo Alfonso. He led the National League in outfield assists for 2 years in a row. Batting third, number 23, the left fielder, Bernard Gilkey. Batting cleanup is the Mets All-Star first baseman. Last year became the 7th player in club history to hit for the tackle, number 5, John Olerud. Batting fifth with 34 multiple hit games last season, number 8, second baseman, Carlos Baerga. Last year, he set career highs in batting average, runs scored, home runs, RBIs, hitting 6, number 42, right fielder, Butch Husky. Batting 7th and catching. He's making his Mets debut today, number 33, Tim Spire. Hitting 8th is the National League Gold Glove shortstop wearing number 10 this year, Ray O'Donnell. And warming up in the Mets bullpen, today's starting pitcher, number 28, 1997 All-Star, Bobby Jones. Now let's meet the rest of this Mets team, beginning with the coaches. Switching back to uniform number 1, a fan favorite, first base and outfield coach, Mookie Wilson. Third base coach, Cookie Rojas, number 4. Number 53, hitting coach Tom Robson. Number 20, catching coach Bruce Benedict. In the bullpen, number 34, pitching coach Bob Apodaca. And number 45, the assistant pitching coach Randy Neiman. And now, let's meet the rest of your 1998 New York Mets. Number 6, outfielder Rich Becker. Number 9, catcher Todd Hundley. Number 15, infielder Matt Franco. Number 17, infielder Luis Lopez. Number 19, outfielder Jim Tatum. Number 22, pitcher Al Leiter. Number 27, pitcher Dennis Cook. Number 29, pitcher Aseto Yashi. Number 30, catcher Alberto Castillo. Number 31, pitcher John Franco. Number 35, pitcher Rick Reed. Number 36, pitcher Greg Maslanko. Number 38, pitcher Dave Valecki. Number 40, pitcher Armando Reynoso. Number 43, pitcher John Hudek. Number 46, pitcher Brian Bohannon. Number 51, pitcher Mel Rojas. And number 99, pitcher Curt Wendell. Now the Mets clubhouse staff. Head trainer Fred Hina. Assistant trainer Scott Bowen. Fitness coach Barry Heeman. Equipment manager Charlie Samuel. And there are your New York Mets for 1998.
How about a nice round of applause for two original Mets, Bob Murphy and Ralph Kiner.
And so, under perfect weather conditions, there are your 1998 New York Mets getting set to open the home season here at Shea against the Philadelphia Phillies. Let's go back downstairs to Matt Loughlin.
All right, Howie, and obviously the crowd responding most to Edgardo Alfonso and Todd Hundley. We have plenty more to come. Lots of pregame activities and festivities still forthcoming on the Mets Game Time, which will continue after this break. Our national anthem is sung by Staten Island's own Buster Poindexter, and boy, the crowd enjoyed his rendition. This crowd is pumped up for the start of the '98 season. A large crowd on hand on an absolutely gorgeous day for baseball. The 37th opener for the Mets. They are 23-13 in season openers. And keep in mind, they lost their first 8, so since they won their first season opener back in the 1970 season, they've gone 23-5. Obviously, opening day has been very good for the Mets, who are trying to, of course, follow up on their fine season of last year when they won 88 games. Right now, behind home plate Bobby Valentine is being presented with a good luck floral wreath. It's being presented by the children of Bill and Nori Shea. The children who are here, Pat Shea Ryan and Bill Shea Jr. The traditional good luck floral piece, and the Mets are hoping that they have more than good luck on their side. A lot of talk in the offseason about the need to acquire a #1 pitcher, a Pedro Martinez type, or maybe a big-time power hitter, Gary Sheffield, all the rage of the talk on sports radio and in the newspapers. But in the end, the Mets did make some deals. They didn't trade for a blockbuster, a big-time player, but they solidified their pitching, both starting and in relief, and they added some key reserves. And so the Mets feel very good about their opportunities this year. And there's a man who had a nice offseason, Rick Reed, who blossomed last year and was the steadiest Mets pitcher from start to finish, was rewarded in the offseason with a 2-year, $2.5 million contract. Reed, number 3 in the starting rotation. Al Leiter, who came over from the Florida Marlins, has been announced as the number 2 starter. And you see Rick and Todd Hundley talking a little bit. We won't see Todd on the field for quite some time as he recovers from his elbow surgery and off-season shoulder surgery. But he does say that he is ahead of schedule. Initially, reports were that he'd be back at the All-Star break. A couple of weeks ago, he said maybe a week or 2 before that. So that's good news, but on the horizon for the Mets. We're going to take a short time out here. We're just about ready for the start of today's game between the Mets and Phillies from Shea. Is there a day better than opening day in baseball? I doubt it. The Mets and Phillies are ready for the start of the 1998 season, and a large crowd has made its way to Shea Stadium as the Mets look to follow up a strong 97 with a quick start here in 98. And before it all comes to an end, the Mets hope to have something to say about a race for a playoff spot. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. Welcome to Fox Sports New York and the start of our coverage all season long of Mets baseball. And what a fine afternoon it is. Contrasted to the Mets home opener last year, which actually was rained out, and the dismal weather we had throughout the most part of last year. But a beautiful day today. Temperatures in the 80s, the sun is shining, and excitement is in the air. Time now to get some words from our broadcast crew up top as we bring you upstairs to Howie Rose and Fran Healy.
All right, Matt, thanks very much. Ralph Kiner will join us shortly. Always a little extra bounce to the step on opening day to begin with, but with this weather, it's even more pronounced.
Yeah, the weather's terrific, and as you mentioned, opening day is a time when you get that great feeling. You feel like you can hit anybody, you can throw anybody out, and then reality sets in second day of the season. But opening day is really special, and opening day has been a special day for the Mets.
All right, Bobby Jones will pitch for New York. Curt Schilling for the Philadelphia Phillies as the Mets open up 1998, their 35th year here in Shea Stadium, and their 37th National League season. We'll get it started after this. Seconds away from starting, and this is Long Island native and Hollywood director-actor Edward Burns getting set for the ceremonial first pitch. Made his directorial debut in The Brothers McMullen, and he has a new movie, No Looking Back, which has opened both here and in L.A. and will open nationwide on April 10th. Well, we're delighted to be joined once again by Ralph Kiner. And Ralph, I understand this is 49 Major League openers, 57 pro openers, but first off, I know a lot of us read and heard over the winter that your wife had taken ill. How's Diane doing?
Well, she is doing as well as can be expected. She has myeloma, which is a bone cancer, and the good news is that it can be cured, and she's gone on schedule for that. So everything is fine there.
And how about you? How you doing?
Well, it wasn't a good winter all the way through. I came up with a, I don't know what you call it, but a Bell's palsy type thing. It affected my speech, but it's getting better. So we're starting a new year, and I hope everything works out all right.
Now, 49 Major League openers, 57 professional openers. With all of that history, do you still feel those same twinges that you would expect the younger ones do on opening day?
Well, there's no question about that. I don't think you can play baseball or be around it and not have the special feeling that you do have for an opening day. And one of the things that I am very proud of in driving here from Greenwich, Connecticut, I finally outlasted the construction workers in I-95. The highway is totally open now, and I can get to Shea in about 40 minutes.
When did you leave? In February?
I didn't know. But yes, it's a special feeling, and it's something that all players go through. I think that no matter what you've done in the past, the opening day is the most important day of the year, because you really don't know what's going to happen. You don't know whether you're going to have a great year, whether it's going to be a mediocre year, whether you're going to be injured, whether anything at all is going to come up that will take away from your season. So it's always in anticipation, but certainly a great day to look forward to.
Last year, every button, or seemingly every button, that Bobby Valentine pushed turned out to be the right one. And maybe the best thing the Mets have going for them into this year is the fact that even with 88 victories last year, they didn't win anything. And that almost unique camaraderie that was so prevalent last year seems to have carried over to the spring. So we're set to go with Doug Glanville stepping in. He's the Phillies center fielder. And here's a new wrinkle right off the bat. The first pitch from Bobby Jones, a fastball on the inside corner.
Well, here's the guy, Doug Glanville, who replaced a very popular player in Philadelphia, although Dykstra was out a while.
Ray Ordonez with the easy play, and there's one away.
Lenny Dykstra has been told that he would have to give up the game of baseball. The doctor was a Robert Watkins, and he was the attending doctor when my wife went in to be diagnosed with cancer. He is the best spine man in the country.
It's all over for Lenny Dykstra. He had to retire from the game.
Greg Jeffries and Lenny Dykstra were teammates in New York as well as Philadelphia. Jeffries, by nature, has always been a slow starter. As he takes a fastball upstairs, let's take a look at the rest of the Philadelphia lineup this afternoon. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Scott Rowland on deck. We're expecting big things from the cleanup hitter, catcher Mike Lieberthal as well. 1-1 to Jeffries. A new-look Philly lineup, especially towards the bottom of the order. Mark Lewis, Bobby Abreu, Izzy Relaford expected to be the everyday shortstop. Two men away. Jones got just a piece of it. Ordonez staying with it.
And Ordonez coming off winning that Gold Glove his first year is at shortstop, obviously, today for the New York Mets. You got to be strong up the middle. And you got Spear behind the plate. Ordonez at shortstop. I mentioned that Gold Glove. Baerga, who's improved defensively because of a lot of work he put in. And out in center field, the guy who can chase that ball down, Brian McRae.
The Phillies better not keep hitting that ball to Ordonez, because he's only the best.
And here was the best rookie in the National League last year, Scott Rowland. Takes the fastball, 1-0.
Scott Rowland is a terrific all-around player. He has the best range of any third baseman in the National League. Underrated defensively.
He played a lot of basketball and was actually recruited by now champion Kentucky. He was offered a conditional scholarship on the condition that Jeff Shepard did not take it.
Well, where he grew up, you've got to play basketball, the state of Indiana.
Well, think of it, Shepard was one of the heroes last night. Maybe that could have been Rowland. And even those numbers are a little deceptive, because Jones started 12-4 last year. Back was problematic. And off the fist, easy play for Baerga. And a strong start from Bobby Jones. Retires the Phillies in order. 3 up, 3 down in the first. And here come the Mets for the first time in 1998. Howie Rose, Ralph Kiner, Fran Healy on opening day at Shea Stadium. The Phillies went in order in their half of the first inning. So now Brian McRae, Edgardo, and Alfonso, and Bernard Gilkey will take their hacks against Curt Schilling.
You see the Mets lineup, a couple of key guys in that lineup. When you look at Husky, he's changed his stroke this year. 24 home runs in 97. spearhead 5 in spring training. And all eyes are on Ray Ordonez to see how he's able to improve during the course of the season. He's raised his hands up higher, and it makes him stay back and wait on the ball so he can hit the ball the other way.
And a brilliant 1997 for Curt Schilling. You see the 17 wins. It represented a quarter of the Philly win total and the most strikeouts by a right-handed pitcher in National League history. So ball 1 to Brian McRae, beginning his first full year with the Mets.
And Ralph, more impressive about Schilling is his ability to throw strikes.
He is very good with the pitching the strike zone as the fly ball goes to center field and the out is made. Schilling walked just a little over 2 batters a game. Only Colfax and Walter Johnson are comparable to him in the strikeout-walk ratio.
Had an amazing season, and you will see 85% fastballs from Schilling. He's overpowering. He also has a split finger and a breaking ball. You see that scouting report, he keeps those pitches down and away, and even if he makes a mistake up high, he can throw it by a hitter.
Starts Alfonso off with a fastball.
And at the bottom of that scouting report, the word intimidating is because he throws extremely hard.
And intimidation really means he'll knock you down.
And against a power pitcher in Schilling, the Phillies shade Alfonso the other way in the outfield, at least with center fielder Doug Glanville. A couple of steps towards the gap in right center. Just a mild breeze here at Shea this afternoon. Summer-like conditions. If you get a day like this in July or August, it's completely expected. But this is March 31st, the earliest opener in Mets history, and ironically the warmest. And the 2-1 taken the other way. Twisting towards the line, that's Bobby Abreu running out of room. The ball lands in the stand.
We talked about it in the opening, how important the weather is. And of course, Alfonso used to that warm weather. Caribbean, you have that great weather. Now here's his hit zone where he handles the ball best. Take a look at the red squares. He's got pretty good coverage, Ralph, of pretty much all of the hit zone.
Yeah, he has to learn to pull the ball that's inside and hit it over the left field fence. When he does that, he'll be a complete player.
Strikeout number 1 on the season for Curt Schilling. 2 men away here in the first. Two out, nobody on as Alfonso is punched out.
There's the fastball up high through. It's very tough to handle that overpowering fastball upstairs.
Bernard Gilkey will be the batter, and this is the defense the Phillies will have in front of them.
And we've highlighted Schilling. That's all you got to know. Schilling with that overpowering stuff. Now, you need a decent defense behind a guy like Schilling to help you out. And he has Lewis and Relaford at second base and short. That's a change.
New double play combination for the Phillies altogether, and even the first baseman Rico Bronia's got to get used to the flashiness of his shortstop there, Desi Relaford, and the second baseman Mark Lewis. Bottom fell out of that. It's 1-2.
What do you think, Ralph?
Good split maker, and that's why he struck out 319 batters last year. The last pitcher to strike out that many batters was Nolan Ryan, who did 341 back in 1977.
That splitter, 2-2 now to Gilkey.
It's just impossible to be geared up for a fastball, which you have to be geared up for facing a guy like Schilling and adjust the split finger pitch.
And the 2-2 to Gilkey right there. And the Mets go in order. So Schilling strikes out 2 as the Mets go 1-2-3. 1 inning in the books on opening day at Shea. Schilling looks like the 97 edition. Each team went 1-2-3 in the first inning, so the Mets will see the middle of the Phillies batting order as the mayor says hi to Flushing.
He was greeted by some boos here at Shea Stadium. I'm sure it's because of his affiliation with the Yankees, because he's done a terrific job as mayor of New York.
Have you ever heard a politician cheered in a ballpark?
Never happened, no.
See if Rudy stays 9.
He's a game.
What's the over-under? We going 9 innings?
He's leaving.
All right.
There is no over.
Mike Lieberthal, Phillies cleanup hitter, takes a strike from Bobby Jones. There was some concern earlier in spring training. That's why you see he only played 9 games. He had tendinitis in the elbow. They were wondering whether he'd be ready for the opener.
talking to Hal McRae, the batting instructor with the Phillies before the game, and he feels that this kid here can be as good as Roland with the bat. Wow, that's a cross-up. It's got to be a cross-up. Yes.
There's a verification right there. When that catcher goes out to the pitching mound and says, hey, I put down curveball and you threw a fastball, that's trouble.
And you know, if you're a catcher and that happens to you, and even if you knew what was coming and you're that embarrassed catching it, you got to go out and make believe you were crossed up. You take a look at the sign, and then Spears gets ready, and it's clear he is sitting on something off speed because boom!
Moved outside, put down 2 fingers. If that isn't curveball, then it never was. And it was a fastball.
And you know, you like it when the pitchers are complaining that your signs aren't complicated enough. They're easy to steal for the guy on second base, and then they almost kill you as a catcher. Tom Hundley watching this ballgame, they say will not be ready until the middle of June.
3 balls and a strike now to Lieberthal.
Where the catcher, Clyde McCullough, gets so mad at the pitchers, he'd say, throw anything you want.
That staff obviously had no fastball pitchers.
Didn't make any difference.
Yeah, the 3-1 to Lieberthal, hit hard to left, and it hangs up for Gilkey. Good play by Bernard, 1 away.
Batting fifth, number 2.
Gilkey in left field and has a little bit of a problem with finding the ball, but manages to corral it and make the out.
So Rico Bronya hitting 5th in the Phillies order this afternoon. For the first winter, Rico did not go back to coach basketball this year. Naturally, the team had its best season in years. Bobby Jones throws him out, 2 men away.
He had a real hot spring training with the bat, and the Phillies are looking for him to improve on his statistics. They hope he starts hitting left-handed pitching a lot better. Very high on him, and of course, we watched him here. Outstanding defensive player, has a good bat, but struggled against left-handers.
Yeah, he had 185 against left-hand pitching, the worst in the National League, and had only 1 of his 20 home runs against left-handers.
You just got to make him work a lot harder facing left-handers because you want him in the lineup every day because of his glove.
Mark Lewis, the second baseman, signed as a free agent with the Phillies, and the breaking ball taken for a strike. Lewis has been around with Cleveland, Cincinnati, Detroit, in the last 2 seasons with the San Francisco Giants.
Signed as a free agent with the Phillies.
1-1.
Watching Bobby Jones pitch, I had an opportunity around 9 o'clock, 8:45 this morning. He was in the clubhouse watching video of the Phillies, and he's gone over the scouting report, and he has the opportunity to watch video. I think it's just a terrific advantage for the players today to, just watch the video. We were watching it together for a moment, and Mark Parent was on the video, and it was amazing. Bobby Jones talking about Mark Parent, what he thought he would throw in certain situations.
A 1-2 to Lewis. And the breaking ball missed.
Yeah, but Brian, you get right down to the basics. It's high inside fastballs and low outside curves. That's about the way it is.
That was a report, wasn't it? For years, you go into a meeting, they say throw him down and away with the breaking ball, bust a bit with the fastball.
Which is just what Jones did, but he missed, and so the counts run full.
We have a scouting report here, Ralph, put out by a company called Inside Edge. 8 different major league teams use the same report. I'm surprised that the ball club would allow other people to get their hands on the report.
Still 3-2.
The Mets use the report. Here in our broadcast booth, we have access to the report. I'm telling you, it's pretty comprehensive. And when you can combine the reports with video.
But you still have to have a feel, don't you? And that's what his job is.
He gives you the report.
And then you lose or win a ball game with a broken bat face.
That's right, and it wasn't in the report.
And it wasn't in there.
Again, it'll be a payoff pitch to Lewis with 2 out, nobody on. And a base hit, the first of the year for either team. So Mark Lewis, who hurt the Mets last year with his bat, comes out smoking again this year with a 2-out single.
Oh, wait, I got a trivia question for you.
Already.
Only one time in the history of baseball that one team comes to the plate and the entire team that played, their batting average never changed. Stayed the same throughout the game.
Robert Feller have something to do with that?
That was a no-hitter by Bob Feller, and the averages started at 0 and ended up at 0, and we did that for Stan Isaacs, who's standing right back of us.
That was
Stan Wallace says I have to do that.
0-1 to Bobby Abreu. Well, Bobby Jones will not pull a Bob Feller today. That was on opening day. What was that, about 48 or so?
1940, I think it was. Somewhere back in there. Did it against the White Sox.
Bob Lemon, was he in the lineup?
No, he is in the minors at that time. But Feller is the only man to pitch a no-hitter on opening day.
Nothing at 1 to Bobby Abreu. At one time a very promising prospect in the Houston organization. And then the breaking ball 0-2.
Yeah, Phillies are very high, and they think that in a few years he'll be able to pull the ball. They feel that right now he hits the ball the other way, but the Mets are playing him even up. Look at this curveball. That's a nasty hook.
So 0-2 with 2 out. And the runner Mark Lewis on first base. So far, based on the old recipe, it's been basically fastballs in, breaking balls away anyhow, right?
It's basically that way in every game that's played.
And one cross-up, which Finsteer made sure to apologize for.
Yeah, when you're pitching and catching, if you have good location, you can throw anything you want.
Greg Maddux is about the best.
Exactly. Change speeds and throw to certain locations, you're going to win. Yeah, Greg Maddux, if he didn't have great location, he'd be in trouble. Doesn't throw hard.
Then they'll throw over 90 miles an hour.
Wouldn't you like to have that camera in the dugout, that shot, picking up those pitches?
Some clubs do.
A looper into left field by Abreu. Pulling in at second is Lewis. And two out hits for the Phillies. And they've got a little something going here with Desi Relaford coming up.
Go ahead, Ralph.
I was going to say, that's a case of a good pitch and a good location being hit the right way to give the base hit right here.
And if you ask the Phillies about a scouting report, this is what they tell you about Abreu. He slaps the ball the other way.
One of the things about scouting reports is the direction that you hit the ball the majority of times, and you shade your defense to protect against that.
So Desi Relaford now with 2 on and 2 out. Fouls the first pitch back. I guess Relaford is the same type of hitting project, and he had a pretty good spring offensively for the Phillies, as Ray Ordonez is for the New York Mets. What we want him to do is make smart contact, not hit the ball in the air, just put it in play. There's the man partially responsible, the hitting coach, and a man who has nothing but miserable things to say about his former teammate, Fran Healy, Hal McRae.
And justifiably so.
Wonder if his son went over for hitting tips.
They were talking before the ball game, and when he walked away, I asked Hal, you know, when you're sitting in the dugout, how difficult is it watching your son play? He said, not at all. He said, I want him to hit 3 grand slams, and we win the game. In fact, they were making dinner reservations, or they were discussing about having dinner later on tonight.
Fouled back 1 and 2.
And who's going to buy?
It has to be the son.
Son's rich.
He's giving cars away.
Gave a Mercedes-Benz to a pitcher.
What was the deal?
Was ever made?
Well, yeah, he leased it for him.
Now, is that what it was?
And I'll tell you what, it must have brought tears to Hal's eyes, because I knew Hal for many, many years. And that wallet, you couldn't get it out of his pocket. It's tied in there.
With Lewis on second, Abreu on first, it'll be a 1-2 pitch from Jones to Relaford. And the breaking ball gets it. So Bobby Jones picks up his first strikeout to work out of mild trouble here in the second. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. There were 2 left. Middle of the second. No score here at Shea. Perfect setting on a perfect afternoon for opening day 1998. And a big crowd here at Shea Stadium in New York as the Mets and Phillies have completed 1.5 with no score. Phillies with a pair of 2-out hits in their half of the second, and all of the pomp and circumstance traditionally accompanying opening day.
A great shot of the skyline. And how many games have been decided, Ralph, by the nightlife of visiting players in Manhattan?
In the old days, coming in here, you played the Brooklyn Dodgers and the Giants, and sometimes you'd be a week in New York. And if you got out alive, you were lucky.
That's right. There were a lot of guys that played after some long nights in New York and had adverse effects on their team.
1-1 to John Olerud. But Ralph, now you've played in Chicago, and I've heard it said that there's nothing worse or more difficult. People talk about playing day games after night games, but nothing's harder than a day game after a day game in Chicago.
Or a day game after a day.
Olerud lines out to Lewis for the first out here in the second.
Batting fifth, number 8.
They say it's a real disadvantage to play in Chicago. I never found it that way. As you see a nice play by the second baseman, Mark Lewis, taking a partial base hit away from Olerud.
What would you find disadvantageous? I mean, you've got the wind blowing out in Wrigley Field, one of the great hitters' parks of all time.
I loved it.
So here's Carlos Baerga. 0-1 to Carlos.
But then again, the wind does blow in there, and it's a very tough park then. Plus the fact, we'll find out in about a week, the weather can be brutal there, especially in the early part of the season.
And Baerga hits it hard to center, but right at Glanville. 2 men away.
Well, Glanville living a dream. He's now with the Phillies. He grew up a Philly fan in the state of New Jersey. And here he fights the sun. Yeah, you might as well leave the glasses up and just use your hand.
That's the way Casey Stengel used to say, like the Indians used to do it. Use your fan and shade the sun away.
So 2 out, nobody on. And Butch Husky, something of a mild upset that Butch is in the lineup today. Been bothered by a cranky hamstring over the last week or so. Did not play the last game of the spring training season in Baltimore on Sunday. And Bobby Valentine thought that he might want to sit him today because that would afford him really an extra days off, because tomorrow the teams don't play.
Plus he's facing Curt Schilling, but it's a challenge to Husky. He's made a big adjustment with his hands. Last year he had his hands up higher, and he had a tremendous preparatory hitch. So what he did on his own, he dropped his hands down, and the preparatory hitch is only a few inches now. Remember, Ralph, he couldn't catch up with the good fastballs.
No doubt about it, and he had to start his swing so early that he couldn't catch up with anything that was off speed. Right now the hands move very little, and they move in the right direction. They move up.
And he hit one of the longest balls in the history of the bet last year, and he did it after making the adjustment, going from a long swing to a more compact swing. He's just so strong. He doesn't need a big swing.
Best swing in baseball, Mark McGuire.
Oh.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Weak lead of Bronya. Enrico takes it himself, so Curt Schilling off to a strong start. Has been perfect through the first 2 innings. Nothing across once again for New York. A dribbler by Husky ends the second with no score here at Shea. Spot will face the Atlanta Hawks. I'll have it for you here on Fox Sports New York. Hello to you too. Outside to Curt Schilling, starting the Philadelphia third. Schilling, Glanville, and Greg Jeffries against Bobby Jones. And the fastball, 1-1. That's on the inside corner. Schilling had to leave the Phillies over the weekend. He had a serious illness in the family, so he had to leave the Phillies spring training complex in Florida and just joined them yesterday. It worked out here at Shea Stadium yesterday, as did the Mets. hit weakly. Jones snags it. One down here in the third.
Schilling himself decided to give up chewing tobacco this year, and you know, he was a little bit concerned that he would have a reaction similar to Pete Harnish, but everything has worked out. The Phillies are happy about that, but he got rid of that habit.
He's really into baseball and baseball history. He named his son Gary after Lou Gehrig. His carpet in his son's bedroom is a baseball diamond. Kid's got to play ball.
That'll be some pressure, won't it?
Here's Glanville looking at a breaking ball downstairs, 1-0. Glanville was going to beat out Lenny Dykstra anyway, had Dykstra's back not been cranky, because by the time Lenny had to shut it down, I think he'd been 2 for 23, and Glanville was on fire.
And Lenny wanted the job handed to him. He felt it was his job once he was back and he was healthy, but Terry Francona handled it pretty well, and he stayed away from all controversy concerning that.
1-2 to Glanville.
He wouldn't have won that battle. Lenny Dykstra was a very popular player, not only in New York, but in Philadelphia, and Lenny would have won that battle, I think.
I'm sure he would have. The salary, though, $4.5 million.
In the air to left field. Gilkey to the warning track. So is McRae. And it's Gilkey ending the at-bat of Glanville. 2 out here in the third.
Left fielder Greg
New York
Jeffries.
Mets baseball is brought to you in part by Omnipoint. Two out, nobody on. Greg Jeffries will be next.
Jeffries is a notoriously bad hitter in April. His lifetime average in April, 240. And for the rest of the months of the baseball season, 298.
He too, Ralph, is in the last year of a contract.
The way the Phillies have been going, though, they're not going to re-sign Greg Jeffries. There's no way.
Too much money.
Absolutely.
With not enough production.
0-2 now to Jeffries.
Jeffries really felt more comfortable once Joe Torre with the Cardinals moved him to first base. He's never been comfortable at any other position, and he did a good job at first.
When he was signed by the Mets originally, his idol was Ty Cobb.
You must have liked those stats.
Ty Cobb was the best lifetime batting average of any player by a large margin. But one of the most disliked ball players that ever played. He was a millionaire, didn't make the money in baseball. He made it in Coca-Cola stock.
And the guy had to coerce him into investing.
And the breaking ball sits high. It's 2-2 to Jeffries.
But when Jeffries first came up with the Mets, it was incredible how hot he was. And just was not accepted by his teammates here in New York for whatever reason.
He takes the game seriously.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
Hit to right. Huskies got it. And the Phillies go down in order in the third. So 2.5 completed in the season's opener here at Shea Stadium, and still the Phillies and Mets are scoreless. Last of the third, no score here at Shea Stadium. Curt Schilling, the Phillies starter, has retired the first 6 Mets batters, and so he'll work to the bottom third of the New York lineup. Tim Spear, Ray Ordonez, and Bobby Jones. And a lot of kids out here for the opener this afternoon.
What do you think's running through Tim Spear's mind, Ralph, after having the spring he had?
Well, it's got to start right now.
That's right.
Fortunate for him. 5 home runs this spring. Of course, he never hit more than 2 in one season in the regular season.
And he hits that one deep to left, but foul.
And it's a dilemma for a player because you don't want to have a magnificent spring training. A lot of players are superstitious. If you have too good a spring training, you get problems when the season starts. But he gets ahead of the bat out here in a hurry.
It's a fastball, and Schilling throws it very hard, but it's pulled foul.
Mets were interested in other catchers over the winter due to the Todd Hundley injury. Darren Fletcher comes to mind.
Mike Piazza.
Everybody be interested in him. But the problem the Mets were having was that every prospective signee knew that Hundley was coming back sooner or later, so they were reluctant to commit here, where they would inevitably be relegated to a backup role. And the 1-1. Didn't see many of those in spring training from the likes of Curt Schilling.
Well, one thing, Howie, as you well know, the wind blows a lot in Florida in March. And of the 5 home runs he hit, the wind was an influence on 4 of the 5.
So the 1-2 from Schilling. Spear stays alive.
The Phillies are hoping to get at least 120 pitches out of Schilling. They would not be reluctant to allow him to pitch a complete game.
Easier to do that in this warm weather than under normal March 31st conditions.
Now this is ideal right now.
The amazing thing about Schilling is his name was bandied about last year as a possible trade bait. The Phillies were thinking of trading him last year, and he could nix the deal.
And the slider missed. It's 2-2.
Well, Howie mentioned the fact they won 25% of the games the Phillies won last year. Only Steve Carlton won more. He won 27% of the games when the Phillies finished dead last.
1972, I believe.
The greatest winning differential ever.
Well, straight back. It's still 2-2.
Well, the big thing, as we mentioned, the big thing that Schilling has is that real good fastball will throw it 85% of the time, and he can mix in some nasty pitches and has very good control for a power pitcher.
About 2 walks a game. He has yet to walk a batter in this game.
And the 2-2 to Spear. Sits low and the count's full.
Yeah, with 2 strikes, and you're geared for that fastball. He gets that split finger over. There's no way you can adjust to it. Now watch, you see that? There's the split finger. Oh, that camera. You can't hide from that camera.
Except that glove hides that from the batter. And it's in the dirt now, 3-2, and a fastball should be on its way.
It is, and it's ripped up the middle. The first hit of the year for the New York Mets, and Tim Spear is aboard.
And there goes the no-hitter.
Bob Feller, you can relax.
Bob can relax one more time. Only one no-hitter ever pitched on opening day.
Short, compact stroke right here, caught up with the fastball. And the only thing that Schilling could really go after, you can't watch Spear. You got to make him hit to get on. And Schilling challenged him. Spear was geared, hit the ball hard.
Now Ray Ordonez takes outside. You know, really pretty good at bat for Spear because he laid off that 1-2 split. Remember, he hit the first pitch hard and foul, and then made Schilling come up with a fastball and drilled it up the middle.
Here's a guy who had a pretty good spring training, Ray Ordonez, and he moved those hands up.
Spear is running, but Ordonez hits it in the air to short right field, but it hangs up for Abreu. And Spear gets back to first, 1 away.
By moving your hands up above the strike zone, it gives you a chance to lay off 5 pitches. If they're coming up and they're near your hands, you know they're up. Now this ball is a fastball up. He tried to come down on it, but still got the bottom half of the ball.
And they really have overemphasized the hands this spring, getting his hands and getting them up higher. A lot of it is a mindset that you have to think from the pitcher's mound to the right side in order to hit that way. I don't care where you have your hands.
Scott Rowland in on the grass at third. Bronya a couple of steps in at first looking for a bunt.
You can take a look at Ordonez's hands. They're up high now. Right here, he flails at this ball and hits it up in the air. He's had more of a compact stroke this spring, but you know, Ralph, a lot of times we can overemphasize the movement of hands, but this guy here, he has to think hitting the ball to the right side and doing a lot of the little things.
Jones gets the bunt down, and Schilling will go to first base. So Jones, one of the best in the business at executing the sacrifice bunt, pushes Spear into scoring position with 2 out.
Jones has led the National League in sac bunts. Does a good job here of moving the runner into scoring position in this scoreless ball game. Jackie Robinson used to hold his hands high, actually much higher than Ordonez. But Jackie really did that to protect his head. He got thrown at so much that the arms and hands protected his noggin.
So Brian McRae has a chance to pick up a runner in scoring position. 2 outs in the third and no score.
Now what's happening with Hal McRae? He's pulling for his son to pick up a hit and drive in a run. But he wants the Phillies to win the ball game.
1 ball, no strikes.
I asked Hal how difficult it was to manage his son. He said first time around, very difficult. He said he feels it'd be a lot easier now. And Brian McRae said the same thing. It was tough playing for his father first time around.
1 ball, 1 strike to McRae.
There's a low and away run.
Yeah, it's happened a lot. Players playing for their dads. The most proficient player was Cal Ripken Jr.
And his dad get fired.
And his son the other son got traded. That's how much of an influence he had.
That's right.
New York Mets baseball is brought to you in part by Discover Card. It pays to discover. Accepted where you see the Novus sign. 1-2 to McRae with 2 outs here in the third. No score, but Tim Spear in scoring position. And Schilling deals. In the air, it should end the inning. Jeffrey's fighting the sun, and he wins the battle. So a leadoff single by Spear, but that's all for the Mets in the third. It was their first hit of the game. So father and son on the same page, and at the end of 3, no score. Heading to the 4th inning, no score opening day here on Fox Sports New York. Well, Matt Loughlin is standing by downstairs. It turns out Matty's trying to beat a parking ticket, so he's taking it right to the top. He's got the mayor standing with him. Matt? Unfortunately, we're having technical difficulties, which I guess is a nice way of saying that the mayor said, over my dead body, are you going to beat this ticket? But Matty will continue his quest throughout the afternoon, and we should get to him eventually. Scott Rowland, who popped to second in the first inning. Mike Lieberthal and Rico Bronya for the Phillies here in the 4th against Bobby Jones. Each pitcher, Jones and Schilling, have worked ahead of the hitters for the most part. Neither one has walked a batter. And the breaking ball sits high. Let's see how Matty and the mayor are making out downstairs. Gentlemen?
Well, Howie, a little better than we were just a moment ago. And Mr. Mayor, did you order this day? What a great day for baseball.
What a great day for the opening of the season. It's terrific for the Mets. It's really for New York. This is absolutely great. And a third of the game gone, and we have a pitcher's duel. It's great.
Which is National League Baseball, by the way, Mr. Mayor. We know your heart lies in the Bronx.
Well, I'm a Yankee fan overall, but I root for the Mets in the National League. And certainly against Philadelphia, I root for the Mets.
Well, that's fair enough, and as it should be. And the mayor does have his New York Mets tie. Looks very spiffy on opening day. Now, we know you're a busy man. How long do you think you'll stay? Will this pitcher's duel entice you to the end?
I usually stay until the end of baseball games. I never, when I was a non-politician, I never liked the politicians who came and left after 2 innings, because they don't really like baseball. I happen to love baseball. Any excuse to see a baseball game, I'm there. And when you see Schilling and Jones, I mean, you're not going to see too many better pitcher's duels than that.
Well, the mayor is enjoying his action here at Shea, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. A Yankee Met World Series. That's my fantasy. Dream, and on opening day, you're entitled to dream that, right?
Absolutely. Another Subway Series, perhaps, fellas.
Yeah, and by the way, we have so many new camera positions here at Shea Stadium this year. We're going to track the mayor and make sure he's true to his word about that 9-inning stuff.
In fact, we have 5 new positions here at Shea Stadium. We want to thank some members of the Mets family for all their help. And a few of the guys, Mark Bingham, Senior Vice President in charge of Marketing and Broadcasting. He was out here with the executive producer, Mike McCarthy, putting those cameras up during the winter months, along with Tim Gunkel, Director of productions here at Shea, and Kevin McCarthy, who's the stadium manager here at Shea Stadium.
2-2 now to Lieberthal.
And there's one of the new shots.
Where's that? Downtown Flushing? Is that where that camera must be?
Right on the rooftop.
Where's King Kong?
Holding the camera. And the 2-2 to Lieberthal. Breaking ball hit weakly. And Jones got there in time to bail out Olerud, who was having a little trouble.
And this was a very tough play for Jones because Olerud had to turn the wrong way. Ball taking an odd bounce. And Olerud has to turn his back to Jones and throw over his right shoulder. And Jones able to pick it up.
And
Not easy.
Maybe the ball took a little funny hop there, and Olerud made the play. Major league players are used to that ball being hit hard. It's a lot easier to make the play and the ball hit hard to you than the ball is tapped down the line.
Rico Brogna tapped back to the box his first time up. 2 out, nobody on in the 4th inning. No score, 1-0 now to Rico. Outfield straight away on Brogna. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Rico knows about some of these guys. He played with Doc Gooden when he first came to the Mets in '94. Harnish, of course, last year. And Bobby Jones, too.
See, when the Doc is ailing, his right shoulder's stiff.
Yeah, put him on the DL. 2 balls and a strike to Brogna. Dave Burba, supposed to be the ace of the Red staff, traded in a financially orchestrated deal, of course, to Cleveland just yesterday. Rip to Olerud. So another 1-2-3 inning for Bobby Jones, who has retired the last 7 Phillies batters that he's faced. And in the middle of the 4th, on opening day, we're scoreless. Site of the 1964, and for that matter, 1939 World's Fair, long before there were any New Jersey Nets. But we've got them for you tonight here on Fox Sports New York against the Atlanta Hawks. Make sure to join us at 10 o'clock. Or at least Fox Sports News will be along at 10 after the Nets and the Hawks. So busy night as always here on Fox New York.
Yeah, the Nets have created quite a bit of excitement in the New Jersey area, playing some good basketball.
So here's Alfonso, struck out his first time up, goes after the first pitch and fouls it back.
Alfonso last year, Ralph, with 10 home runs. You expect 15?
Yes. I think he's very capable of hitting around 20 home runs.
When you look at his career when he first came up, young player, he's kind of feeling for the ball. Then he started to drive the ball last year. He's got more confidence after last year. Could hit between 15 and 20 home runs.
But not if he has to give up the 300 batting average. That's not enough home runs. But he still is working on the opposite field. He's that type of hitter. But he'll take advantage when they come inside to try and make it tough on him. Take the ball to left field and hopefully 20 times out of the ballpark.
Prototypical second place hitter in a lineup.
Perfect. He is an opposite field hitter and can hit behind the runner.
What would make me concerned is he can also drive in runs. He's tough in an RBI situation. I would maybe move him down in the order and utilize that potential. I don't know if you could do that in the second hole.
Well, for the second time this afternoon, Curt Schilling has struck out Edgardo Alfonso.
And you can bat him really
Left fielder Bernard Guilty.
The only 2 places he did not bat in the order was 4th and 9th. Ralph, you were talking about that before.
Well, Carlton in '72 had 27 wins. And 27% of the victories that the Phillies had that year when they finished last. One of the most remarkable years a pitcher ever had. Schilling, of course, has 25%.
Carlton was nasty that year. Well, he was nasty his whole career.
And I remember correctly, Seaver beating 5 times that year.
Swoboda, didn't Swoboda hit 2 home runs off him?
That was in '69.
That was '69.
That's lifted to the right side by Guilty, a committee of Phillies, and finally it's the second baseman Lewis making the catch.
That ball should have been played by the right fielder.
Bobby Abreu on your right got a late start. He was bailed out by the second baseman.
Much easier play for the right fielder. And he was there to make the play, but didn't call off the second baseman.
Neither the second baseman or the right fielder seemed very aggressive in pursuing that ball.
No.
So 2 out, nobody on for Olerud. He hit it hard his first time up and right at the second baseman, Lewis.
You know, McRae ended the third inning on a ball that was right on the block from Schilling, a hard fastball. He's living on the corner. Look at that pitch.
He came to the Phillies by a real strange route. Started his career with the Red Sox. Then Schilling went to Baltimore, then down to Houston. Bounced around.
Red Sox have given up some talent over the years. Schilling, Bagwell, Brady Anderson.
Schilling and Brady Anderson went in the same deal to the Baltimore Orioles for Mike Boddicker. The Red Sox needed an extra pitcher to try and nail down the American League East in 1988. That's been a disaster for the Red Sox. And the count full now to Olerud with 2 out.
Olerud with a lifetime average of .293 in 8 years, and he has hit over 300 only one time. But that one time was a good one. 363 in 1993 while playing for Toronto. Only time he's hit over 300. He was flirting with 400 in the month of August.
Got off to a tremendous start with the Mets last year. Stays alive, still a full count.
Cito Gaston said he wouldn't be able to handle New York.
He said he would retire at the end of last year. Not only did he re-sign with the Mets, but he's back living in Manhattan. One of the few athletes that reside in Manhattan.
The payoff pitch to Olerud. And once again, it's wasted by John Olerud, who takes the subway to games. Now, you know, you'd figure in this town there are enough people that are going to recognize you on the subway to make that a somewhat uncomfortable mode of transportation, but he loves it. Remember when Brent Maine was here a couple of years ago? That guy would get on the subway if there was no game. He just loved the experience of the New York subway so much. Olerud making Schilling work.
Maybe it was the other way around. He didn't want to go on the taxi cab.
And the roof camera here at Shea Stadium picks up that subway. We're going to follow that subway all the way into Manhattan.
How can it be a subway when it's on top of the ground?
That's a good point.
It is a subway down the street.
5 foul balls on 3 and 2 by Olerud. Hope that sight wasn't prophetic with that subway train not going anywhere.
You were raised in the New York area. Did you know about the 3rd Avenue L?
No, that's a little before my time.
Oh, okay.
I've seen the pictures, though. And the payoff pitch. Got him for a called 3rd strike. The 4th strikeout of the afternoon for Schilling. So it's a pretty good deal between John Olerud and Curt Schilling. Schilling won it. As we go to the 5th with no score. 5th inning, no score. Here's Fran Healy.
All right, Howie, and Mark Lewis steps in, takes a strike from Bobby Jones. It's a 0-0 ball game, but Mark Lewis has experienced success against the New York Mets. He had a real good year against the Mets last season. It's 0-1 on Lewis. He takes the ball, so it's 1-1. We're going to flash back to July 29th. Greg McMichael challenging him with a fastball, and that's a game-winning home run. So Mark Lewis very comfortable against the Mets as he fouls that pitch off.
That was a grand salami that won at Candlestick.
Smoked that ball.
Are you still allowed to call it Candlestick?
Well, some people call it 3-Com Park. But Mark Lewis left Candlestick and signed as a free agent with the Philadelphia Phillies. He singled his first time up in his ball game.
He hit 10 home runs last year.
1-2 on the Phillies second baseman. New double play combination for the Phillies this year. Lewis and Relaford. They're going inside with the heater and they miss inside, so it's 2-2 on Mark Lewis.
Morandini, the second baseman last year, now with the Cubs.
Bobby Jones likes what he sees from his catcher, Tim Spear, but he misses with the breaking ball down low, so it's 3-2. They're ready, Ralph. Season's starting.
This is your kind of guy right there.
They're going to travel with us. 3-2 pitch. Pulled foul.
Those guys travel with you two. They'll go broke.
We're holding that.
I think that was an insult.
I think so, too.
The wind was going to blow that hat off his head.
Now they told the guy who tried, hey, listen, you're on TV. Keep the hat on. Not much of a win, though.
No.
And a 3-2 pitch to Lewis. Just missed. So Lewis walks. Phillies have their leadoff man on here in the 5th inning.
And the first walk of the game. Close pitch, not close enough. So a leadoff walk, and that's dangerous.
And Bobby Abreu, the left-handed hitting right fielder, is the batter, with Mark Lewis on first base and Bob Apodaca looking on.
You wonder here if they will sacrifice. Pitchers due up next. You look down the batting order. He's in the position.
Down low to Abreu, 1-0. Abreu looped a single in the left field his first time up. Now the Mets are shading him to hit the ball the other way. We're in the top of the 5th inning. No score. The Phillies and the Mets opening day at Shea Stadium 1998. A nice crowd on hand.
Houston Astros were very high on Abreu. However, they wound up leaving him unprotected in the expansion draft. Tampa took him. And then Tampa Bay immediately traded him to Philadelphia for Kevin Stocker. That's what opened the shortstop vacancy for Desi Relaford. And the Houston Astros patching things up in their outfield over the winter. Came up with Moises Alou from the Florida Marlins. And that'll more than offset the loss of Abreu.
They lost Darryl Kyle. Pitch out. My favorite pitch. John Vukovic, the third base coach, flashing signs across the infield to Mark Lewis. 2 balls and no strikes on Bobby Abreu. Ball hit hard in the right field. Booted by Butch Husky. Lewis falls down, rounding second base.
What a break for the Mets. So Husky trying to hurry on the play, trying to hold the runner to second base. And he boots the ball, but the runner, Lewis, falls down. So instead of runners at second and third, we have runners at first and second with nobody out. Stumbles over the bag at second. And a good break for the Mets.
I think he got a little over anxious when he saw Husky bobble the ball. And as he was making the turn, that's when he lost his footing.
And Husky was over anxious and trying to retrieve the ball. So the Phillies had runners on first and second. Nobody out. And the batter to the shortstop, Desi Relaford.
Relaford, of course, in a bunting situation, more for the fact that the pitcher is due up next, although Schilling is a good hitting pitcher.
I'll tell you one thing. If you have an everyday player bunting runners along, you're telling them something if you're bunting for the pitcher. Is he going to do it? Nope. Takes a strike. I'll tell you, Ralph, if I was the manager, I'd probably put the bunt on it.
Mets are playing their infield in at first and third. I'm not sure whether or not they will bunt here. Big difference between the DH in the American League and the National League is right here in this spot. Pitcher would not be hitting if it were the American League type of play.
0-1. They got booked to throw second base. And Lewis back easy.
Bobby Valentine put a little bit different look to the defense on that play. Ordonez, the shortstop, broke to third, but then Baerga went to the second base bag to try and fool the base runner Lewis. As opposed to a wheel or a rotation play where the shortstop goes to third, the second baseman to first, and they charge from the corner.
There's a strike to Desi Relaford. 0-2.
And then they started on that last pitch. They started the wheel and then stopped it after about 5 steps. Bobby Valentine probably has about 236 different looks to his infield formation in situations just like these.
Yeah, he even uses the Notre Dame shift.
0-2 now on Relaford. Runners on first and second, nobody out. Top of the 5th inning, no score. Bobby Jones against Curt Schilling in front of a big crowd here at Shea Stadium. One hopper knocked down by Baerga to go to second for one. They're going to get the lead runner. And they got Lewis in a rundown. Ordonez gets him. And a big break for the Mets. Relaford still on first. Can't make Terry Francona very happy.
Well, the fact that Lewis fell down going from first to third really set it up for the New York Mets. Here the ball knocked down by the second baseman. And now the force play at second to get one runner and the run down to get the other for the double play. So the base running mistake, a big factor in this ball game.
That play had triple play written all over it because usually the runner at first in this situation, Relaford, or at least the batter, has a tendency to try and sneak down to second base while the rundown's going on.
And a heads-up play by Ordonez to get the lead runner. Decided not to get the out at first base and cut down the lead runner, Mark Lewis. Here's Curt Schilling.
Of course, if Baerga doesn't bobble the ball, they probably just go 4-6-3. Although then again, with Ordonez, you never know. Now this was hit hard. You see the chase cam replay. And Ordonez, I'm not sure if he turned away thinking because of the bobble there was no chance to turn to the conventional way, or because he had it in his mind all along that he wanted to go for third.
I think he didn't think he could get the runner going down the line to first.
Well, there are 2 men out. Lewis now in the dugout. Runner on first base, Desi Relaford. The batter, Curt Schilling. No score. The Phillies and the Mets. Bounces to Overwood. That'll do it for the Phils. They stranded runner. They fail to score as Bobby Jones pitches out of a jam. We played 4.5 here at Shea. No score. The Phillies and the Mets.
Join us Thursday night on Fox Sports New York 2 as we bring you the second and final game of this Mets-Phillies series. Tune in for our Mets pregame coverage starting at 7:15 with game time, and then we'll be back at Shea on Thursday. Mets and Phils at 7:30 live on Fox Sports New York 2. Check your local listings.
Well, as Red Barber used to call that, the catbird seat. Another new camera position here at Shea Stadium. You're watching all the action on Fox Sports New York, formerly known as Sports Channel. And the Phillies and the Mets, no score in front of a big crowd here at Shea Stadium, and Carlos Baerga leads it off here in the bottom of the 5th. Curt Schilling's first pitch misses, ball 1. Baerga with a home run in Baltimore the other day. Final game of spring training, an extra base hit. Swung on and missed.
Did it right after Bernard Gilkey had been plunked in the ribs with a pitch from Scott Kamenicki. Kind of pickup that plunked hitters tend to admire. That was probably the hardest ball Baerga hit all spring, too.
Oh, it was. Baerga went down and got it and crushed it. There was some concern about those extra base hits. Here he drives the ball to right field. Plenty of room as Glanville, the center fielder, makes the grab in right center field. One down.
Right fielder,
So Baerga 0 for 2 in the afternoon. It'll bring to the plate the big fella, Butch Husky. He bounced weakly to first base his first time up.
He did have some good swings.
He takes a fastball for a strike. 0-1.
Coming into this inning, Schilling's pitch count was 60. They're talking about 120.
There's a strike. 0-2. Well, the middle relievers have yet to prove themselves with the Phillies. The Phillies are not real high on the middle relievers. Ricky Batalico will work the short man role out of the bullpen. There's Galen Cisco, pitching coach with the Phillies. Outside, 1-2.
Former Mets pitcher and a good one. Good football player, too.
He was a pitching coach in Kansas City when I played there, and he was a pitcher on a team in AAA when I was a catcher in Omaha, Nebraska. Very nice man. Outstanding football player at Ohio State. And the 1-2 pitch to Husky. Fouled out of play. I mentioned Galen Cisco being a football player. He was a blocking back for Hopalong and Cassidy when they won the Heisman Trophy at Ohio State. How about Butch Husky? He had a full ride to Oklahoma as a linebacker and told me he could have been a starter on that team as a freshman. Inside, but still intimidated by that hard baseball.
Good fastball there.
There's a ground ball to short. Relaford. Capronia. 2 down.
And a good pitch following the brushback pitch. And Husky out in front makes his second out of the ball game. After that brushback pitch, this is the pitch. Husky has a weak swing in this one.
Even if it wasn't intentional, it was a good pitch just to get a hitter uncomfortable at the plate. I know as a catcher, even if it's not intentional, you think, how can I take advantage of this pitch now? With 2 out, the batter, Tim Spear, he singled his first time up.
Only hit the Mets have.
Mets have 1 hit, the Phillies have 3. No score on just an absolutely beautiful afternoon here at Shea Stadium. Swing on and miss, so it's 1-1 on Spear.
When will we see him in anger?
How about the ovation he got when he came out in the field today during introductions?
Conventional wisdom suggests all-star break.
Fouled out of play.
The Mets already miss him in the opening day games, has averaged at .375 with 4 home runs.
Phillies and the Mets trying to get a run today. Pretty good pitching matchup for opening day. Curt Schilling and Bobby Jones. And the 1-2 pitch. Down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So it's 2-2 on Tim Spear. 2 in are gone. Bottom of the 5th inning.
Schilling was 2-2 on Spear his first time up after missing with a split finger. And he threw him a fastball that Spear was right on and laced it up the middle, and that's the only Met hit so far.
So he threw him the split finger now. Now he threw him the heater, and this is outside. So full count. As Howie just mentioned, he got him a fastball last time up with the full count. That's the pitching matchup in this afternoon's game. Bobby Jones, Curt Schilling. And the 3-2 pitch. Ground ball, base hit. second hit of the game.
Well, he didn't get the fastball, and he still got a base hit.
It's pretty good hitting.
That's good hitting. First base hit off a 3-2 fastball, the first hit of the game for the Mets, and now the second, and he gets the off-speed pitch. Looked like it slided.
Yeah, I'm surprised, but, you know, it was good hitting by Tim Spear. Schilling goes to maybe his third best pitch to try and get Spear, but Spear's on first base with 2 outs. Batter Ray Ordonez, who flied to right his first time up. Hits his ball to the right side. They go for the force at second, and that'll do it for Ordonez and the Mets here in the 5th. They fail to score. They strand 1, no score, and we'll be back.
No score as we go to the 6th. Let's check out what's coming up tonight. 7 o'clock, Fox Sports New York 2, Islanders and Capitals in Washington. And at 7:30, it'll be the Nets and the Hawks on Fox Sports New York. Then John Starks leads the Knicks against the Spurs. That's 7:30 on MSG. While tomorrow, the Rangers face the Bruins, 7:30 on MSG. The Devils will face Keith Primo's Hurricanes, 7:30 on Fox Sports New York 2. It's all coming your way this week. Check your local listings.
Well, you're watching all the action this afternoon on Fox Sports New York. We're coming to you from Shea Stadium in Flushing, New York. The Mets and the Phillies. We're going to the top of the 6th inning. No score. And Doug Glanville leads it off. Glanville, a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania back in 1992. He played last year in Chicago with the Cubs where he hit 300. Had 4 home runs and 35 RBIs, but it was a dream come true for Glanville, who grew up a Phillies fan. He takes a strike from Bobby Jones. Opening day, Bobby Jones and Curt Schilling are throwing like they're in mid-season form.
This weather has to be a big factor, too.
The 0-1 pitch. Hit to the right side. Olerud takes it himself. 1 down.
You know, Fran, since 1900, the Phillies have lost 1,270 more games than they have won. They need about 8 winning seasons to get to mediocrity. But then again, any team can have a bad century.
Good news for them is they turn the calendars over to the next millennium in 2 years.
Well, Greg Jeffries probably will not be with them when they do turn it over, but he's the batter right now. In this ball game, he grounded out, he lined out. Hanging curveball pulled to Olerud. 2 down. Just goes to show you, hanging curveballs are not always scalded. Now we'll take a look at a Jeep Eagle game summary. Mr. Rose?
Well, Bobby Jones and Curt Schilling have to be the headliners. They have each been outstanding. Remember Schilling with over 300 strikeouts last year. Off to a great start in that department. And Lewis and Spear. Lewis, a Met killer last year, and Tim Spear, who had a killer of a spring, each off to good starts today.
Spear 2 for 2, but that's the storyline today. A pitcher's duel. Bobby Jones and Curt Schilling. With 2 outs, the batter is Scott Rowland. He's 0 for 2 in his ball game. Popped out to second base both times. What a talent. Fastball down and in. Unanimous choice for Rookie of the Year last year.
Yeah, the Phillies, when they came to spring training last year, laid out the red carpet. And at the end of the red carpet, it said Rookie of the Year, and they were right.
Just an outstanding player offensively, defensively, and the Phillies feel he has the best instincts on the base paths. Takes down low, 3-0. He told me that the one thing he wanted to improve is he wanted to cut down his errors. But because of his range, he has the best range of any third baseman in the National League. He gets to more balls.
More than Alfonso?
Yep. And Alfonso has good range.
He does.
Outside, so Scott Rowland walks. Neither Alfonso or Rowland won the Gold Glove in the National League last year. Ken Caminetti.
Caminetti had a much better second half of the year than a first half.
Yeah, the
too.
first half he was recovering from surgery. But that's by reputation right there. He's always been a good fielder, and he got that because of that reputation. I don't think anybody was better than Alfonso at third.
Oh, he was outstanding last year. Mike Lieberthal, the batter, as you look at Edgardo Alfonso at third base. His partner, Ray Ordonez, over at shortstop, won his first Gold Glove. Mike Lieberthal in this ball game is 0 for 2. He lined out, and he grounded out. The Phillies have some thunder in the middle of their lineup. Roland, Lieberthal, and Bronya. Nice play right there by Tim Spear.
It's the 6 and 7 spots, though, that have hurt Bobby Jones today. Lewis, the 6th batter in the order, has a single and a walk, and the number 7 hitter, Abreu, has 2 hits. And a good play by Tim Spear here, getting in front of the breaking ball and keeping Scott Rowland on first base.
Talking to Bobby Jones before the game in the clubhouse, we were going over a lot of the hitters. I said, is there anybody that you're overly concerned with? He said, I'm concerned with everybody that goes to the plate with a bat in his hand. And this is 2-0 on Lieberthal.
Lieberthal had a horrible start last year. First half of the season, he was on his way to being the worst sitting catcher in the history of the game. A guy named Billy Sullivan in 1908 hit 191 for the year, and he was attempting that.
Wow. He must
Then he had a good second half.
It's 2-0 right now on Lieberthal. That's a strike, 2-1. If you hit less than 200, you better call a real good game. And get those pitchers that ask for you.
Or your father has to be the general manager.
Curt Schilling looking on. They check Roland at first base. Roland can run.
How about Mike Smith? His first year with the Phillies. It was a horrible year, something like 190 or something close.
Couldn't touch a breaking ball, struck out all the time, but the Phillies loved him and it paid off. He's a Hall of Famer. And right now is considered the best all-around third baseman in the history of the game.
Guess there's no doubt about that. Because he was really a good fielder.
Oh, he's very good. I think he won about 11 Gold Gloves. Well, this kid here is going to win some. Scott Rowland. That's wisely paying attention to him. He stole 16 bases last year. Lieberthal gets jammed severely, but picks up a base hit. Rowland on his way to third. The throw. Not in time. Talked about baseball running instincts. Rowland's got him. Good throw by Gilkey, but Rowland beats it.
And a very risky chance he took right there. 2 men out. You don't make the last out at third. He could have been out. But he got away with this gamble. Fortunately, the runner who hit the ball is on first. And the tag right on top of his head. And I got a good call.
Yep.
He was out at third. Let's look at it again. He should not be taking this chance. The call goes to the runner, but if he's out, the inning is over. What do you think?
Well, if you freeze it right there, maybe 1 frame there, you got contact there. And I don't think his hand's on the bag, either one of them.
Might not have the control of the ball.
Well, 2 men are out. Runners are on the corners now. Rico Bronya, who's 0 for 2, is the batter. Swung on and missed. It's 0-1 on Bronya.
Let's see if he has control of the ball in the glove. The tag is made in the head. The hand does not reach the bag.
Oh, yeah, here's control.
Oh, yeah, he has the ball in the glove. Got a good call there.
Paul Schreiber is the third base umpire.
Nobody argued it. Of course, that's not Alfonso's personality to argue. The 0-1 pitch. Fouled out of play, 0-2. The extra incentive in this at bat is Rico Brogna was traded away from the Mets. Anytime you're traded away from a ball club, you want to burn them. John Olerud is calling time, over talking to Bobby Jones. Big crowd on hand here at Shea Stadium.
Right here you have the possibility of the runner on first breaking for second base and hoping that the runner at third can score. You have to be alive for this play.
Jones pitching from the stretch. 0-2 on Brogna. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Top of the 6th inning. And the 0-2 pitch. Back up the middle. Ordonez to first in time. So Jones and the Mets out of a jam. We played 5.5 here at Shea Stadium in front of a big crowd. And there's no score. The Phillies and the Mets. Well, back here at Shea Stadium, no score, the Phillies and the Mets as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And we're going to get a pinch hitter for Bobby Jones as Shea Stadium is rocking today. Howie Rose for years was coming out here to opening day or watching Ralph Kiner.
But he was paying his way in those days. Now he gets in free.
He was sneaking in, believe me.
Let me tell you, that was the idea from the very beginning. Find a way to get in free.
That's why he became a broadcaster.
Exactly right.
Well, pinch hitter early in this game.
Rich Becker, pitch hitting for Bobby Jones. He fouls the first pitch off from Curt Schilling. Greg McMichael warming up in the bullpen. And we showed you that flashback earlier. Greg McMichael giving up the grand slam to Mark Lewis in San Francisco last year. There's a strike. 0-2 on Becker.
Right now the shadows out in front of home plate, making it tough on the hitter and making the pitcher that much quicker as far as the hitter is concerned.
Swung on a miss, so Becker goes down, leading off the 6th, 1 out.
Well, that is Becker's biggest problem. That's the reason he's far from the ideal leadoff hitter. I mean, he can handle the bat pretty well and he'll get on base, but he's a free swinger. And he will strike out in a full season well over 100 times. And, of course, Schilling's going to strike a lot of guys out anyway, so bad matchup there.
And when you strike out over 100 times, you got to hit 40 home runs. As Brian McRae takes up high, 1-0. How about the Phillies rolling way in on the grass for Brian McRae? Almost like he's going to sacrifice as McRae pops the ball up and out of play. Well, now, is that his father saying?
I was going to say, it must be his father saying, hey, this is my son. He's going to try and button this spot.
You know what, Brian?
That's why I taught him.
Brian's got to talk to his dad. There's no respect there. I mean, Scott Rowland is in on the grass like he's expecting a sacrifice bunt.
And the first baseman also in.
Yeah. There's a strike to Brian McRae, 1-2.
Well, the bunt's off now with a 2-strike count. If you bunt the ball and it goes foul, you're out. So they drop back.
Time is called. So 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brian McRae. Not a bad pitch right there, Ralph.
Close call, and he gets it. It's 2-2. Boy, there is so little difference.
So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brian McRae. He'll be followed by Edgardo Alfonzo. That's a nasty pitch right there. McRae goes down. 2 outs, so Schilling continues to roll along.
Third baseman
6 strikeouts now for Curt Schilling, 2 in a row.
And this pitch also a borderline pitch, but he got one in his favor and now goes to the pitcher.
Nasty pitch right there. So 2 outs. Alfonzo fouls the first pitch back. He's 0 for 2 in his game. He's 2 of the 6 strikeouts that Schilling has recorded. And when you think of Alfonso, you think of a guy who puts the ball in play. And the 0-1 pitch right on the corner. 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch. Down low. Boy, I'm telling you.
After seeing that last strikeout call, you got to say you got lucky on the call with the umpire there.
And you know, when you're the hitter and you struck out twice, this is not going to be your day. Lieberthal flashing signs to Schilling. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Foul out of play. That's a staying alive type swing.
It's hard to believe that Schilling set a record for right-hand pitching in the National League with 319 strikeouts last year. That total seems low when you think of Nolan Ryan and a few others.
And the 1-2 pitch. Misses. So 2 balls and 2 strikes on Edgardo Alfonso. 24 years old. Seems like he's been in the major leagues a lot longer than that. Fouls it back. You're watching all the action right now on Fox Sports New York. No score. Phillies and the Mets. 4 hits in this game for the Phils. 2 for the Mets. Tim Spears sitting next to Bobby Jones. Bobby Jones is out of the ball game, but he pitched a fine game. Inside to Alfonso. Three and 2 on the Met third baseman. Fouls it off again. Schilling, every time Alfonso fouls off the ball, it's a pitch that's on the corner of the plate. Schilling stays out of the middle part of the plate.
I don't like a pitcher that's not even his head as he goes into pitching motion.
Once again, a 3-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Alfonso drives the ball. Center field. Granville going after it and making a grab. So that'll do it for the Mets here in the 6th inning.
Well, Bobby Jones is done. Ralph, thanks for joining us again this afternoon. Great seeing you.
All right, good to be back, and a great baseball game to start off this season. It's really been a wonderful way to kick it off.
All right, Ralph, thanks. Best of
All right,
too.
Ralph.
So 6 innings in the books here at Shea Stadium. We're still scoreless. It'll be the Islanders and the Washington Capitals at the new MCI Center downtown Washington, where the red light hopes to flash after some Islander goals. And they'll start the pregame at 6:45 and drop the puck a little after 7 o'clock. Haven't been enough of those lately for Mike Milbury's taste. And would you have expected, Fran, never mind what we've seen on the field, to see something like this on March 31st?
Incredible, really. I mean, the weather's so nice here today. Hoping for good weather throughout the weekend. Of course, the Phillies and the Mets will go at it again on Thursday night here at Shea Stadium. We'll bring you all the action on Fox Sports New York. You're looking at the crowd here at Shea Stadium. Nice turnout for opening day. Mark Lewis steps in to face a new pitcher, Howie.
Greg McMichael, remember, he had some problems with Lewis last year. Lewis hitting the grand slam off of McMichael to win a game at Candlestick. But it's 1-0 now to Lewis.
McMichael talking, I had an opportunity to talk to him recently. He was telling me that he's going to throw more fastballs this year because teams are now going up there with that mindset of waiting for his off-speed stuff. And he's got great off-speed stuff right there at the strike.
Now, how about the learning experience for Tim Spear, new catcher? McMichael, a lot of balls in the dirt, especially if you get men on base, particularly third base late in a close game. A lot of pressure on the catcher to handle those low changeups.
Probably more pressure on the catcher catching McMichael and John Franco than anybody because they live downstairs. In fact, McMichael pitches out of the strike zone down low. Does John Franco. When McMichael features that circle change, he also can throw a decent fastball. And he throws a lot of changeups and then throws a fastball. It looks like it's 150 miles an hour. Misses with the breaking ball there. So it's 3-1 on Mark Lewis. Now, we showed a flashback earlier in the game of the grand slam Lewis hit last year off McMichael. And believe me, McMichael remembered it. He didn't have to see that flashback. Lewis hits on top of the ball. Ordonez barehands it. By Ray Ordonez.
Well, that's the first of quite a few, at least semi-standing ovations that Ordonez will earn. And Bobby Valentine, who played the infield a little bit, can certainly appreciate what Ordonez does
Right
here.
fielder, Bobby Abreu.
A changeup that was just rolled to short. Lewis, average speed at this point, but Ordonez got there in a hurry and got Lewis by about a step and a half. The only chance he had was that bare hand pickup. And he got airborne faster than a lot of jets on the runway at LaGuardia.
And the batter now, Bobby Abreu, who's 2 for 2 in this game, and those 2 hits coming off of Bobby Jones.
Now, we were used to guys like Brooks Robinson making these plays, charging slow rollers from third. It's not often you see a shortstop not only come up with the ball, but make a strong throw in as acrobatic position as Ordonez did there.
He does it with a lot of excitement, a lot of flair. Ordonez winning that first Gold Glove.
That's a Brooks Robinson play at shortstop.
From a shortstop. Right now the count 1-1 on Bobby Abreu. 1 man out. We're in the top of the 7th inning. It's zip, zip, the Phillies and the Mets. Ball pulled to the right side. Olerud gloves it. Looks McMichael, though. Whoa, was it close at first base. 2 down.
Shortstop, Desi Relaford.
Well, the good sign from McMichael here is that he's gotten 2 ground balls. And the changeup, ideally, the way it drops, is going to produce a lot of ground balls against McMichael. And it's especially significant, I would think, Fran, early in the season. You know, the arm isn't tired enough yet. Guys who throw changeups, John Franco and other examples say, they want to get that arm tired to the point where it produces more grounders.
And Greg McMichael, same way. Bob Apodaca is a guy that has done an outstanding job last year with this pitching staff, as McMichael misses outside to Desi Relaford, who's 0 for 2 in this game. You know, it's relatively comfortable. As you mentioned, Howie, they like to pitch down low. It's relatively comfortable catching a guy like John Franco McMichael, as Relaford puts the ball in play and picks up a single into right field. So the Phillies have a runner on first base, 2 men out in the 7th inning. The runner on first base, Desi Relaford, can run.
So McMichael got another ground ball, but this one found a hole as Relaford drilled it through the right side. And now Schilling will try and help himself, but at the very least, in the late innings of a scoreless game, an advantage for the Phillies because they'll be able to clear the pitcher.
And Schilling, a good hitting pitcher, is 0 for 2 in this ball game. McMichael checking Relaford at first base. First base coach Brad Mills. Fouled off. So 0-1 on the Philly pitcher. And Schilling has had very good stuff in this ball game. Phillies want him to pitch. They want him to throw at least 120 pitches if things are going well. And they check Relaford at first base.
Schilling's been wearing one of those nicotine patches. We haven't been able to find it on him this afternoon, but remember, Fran said before that he's been withdrawing from spit tobacco after they had to cut a lesion out from his mouth.
And the 0-1 pitch. Ground ball to the right side. Baerga. Olerud. That'll do it for the Phils. They strand a runner. They fail to score. And here at Shea Stadium, opening day 1998, no score, the Mets and the Phils.
Well, the Devils are back in New Jersey for a Wednesday night meeting with the Hurricanes. Mr. Met's been known to fly around and catch some hockey once in a while. That game will be at the Meadowlands. Of course, the Hurricanes trying to get into the playoffs. You can catch it live on Fox Sports New York 2 tomorrow night at 7:30. Seventh inning stretch time at Shea. Goose eggs on the board.
There's some great memories there. And how about an update on the mayor of New York? What a baseball fan.
That's live. He's still here.
He said it used to upset him when he was not an elected official and he'd be at a game and an elected official would leave the game early after being booed, I guess.
See, a smart politician would never admit that he wants to stay late for a baseball game, not only because he loves the game, but let's face it, no press conferences here. He's not out, or he's not behind his desk shuffling papers or putting out some sort of fires in one or many other parts of the city. Sit down here and enjoy the game.
And he's done a real good job as the mayor of New York. He's enjoying the game here today. If you like a pitcher's duel, we've had one. Curt Schilling as the masterful. Bobby Jones out of the ball game. Greg McMichael on in relief, and it's a ball game with no score as Bernard Gilkey steps in. Schilling throws a heater, misses up high. 1-0 on Gilkey.
Matty Lachlan, by the way, just told me something about Mayor Giuliani. He's got a speech to make tonight down in D.C. at 8 o'clock. But he says he's staying here until the end.
He must have heard the pressure you put him under early in the game. Through that update.
I can't hurt him. I live on Long Island.
Two 2-0 on Gilkey. 3-0.
Well, let me introduce you to something. This is supervision, and we'll show you this from time to time this year. This tracking the last pitch. Schilling got it up to 92, but a 4-pitch walk to Gilkey, the first issued by Curt Schilling.
And you notice he missed up high on Gilkey. A lot of times a power pitcher, when he gets tired, he's not coming out and following through, and his release point is high. That's usually a sign that they're getting tired. But you tend to stay with a guy like a Schilling more so than your other pitchers.
Nonetheless, Galen Cisco wants some action in the Philadelphia bullpen, and to buy some time, Mike Lieberthal, the catcher, is going to go out to the mound. Now, I think it's significant that Ralph had been talking earlier in the game about how Schilling is on approximately a 120-pitch count, which is enormous for opening day. In other words, the Phillies were willing to let him go to about 120 pitches. He started this inning off at 90 and has walked the leadoff man Gilkey on 4 pitches. So that 120-pitch limit or count might be pure fantasy at this point.
Keep in mind the Mets have a 23-13 record on opening day. The best in the majors since 1900.
That's after losing their first 8.
Gilkey with the leadoff first. Olerud bunting the ball, takes a strike, 0-1 in Baltimore.
That's right. John Olerud on Sunday in Baltimore on the cleanup spot with runners at first and second. And Olerud dropped one down the third baseline. Outstanding bunt. Right here, you're scoreless, bottom of the 7th inning. The Mets have mustered so little offense this afternoon, only 2 hits. Perhaps Bobby Valentine at least thinking about having Olerud give himself up here with Baerga and Husky to follow.
And the 0-1 pitch, Olerud takes up high. So it's 1-1 on John Olerud. Nobody out. Bottom of the 7th inning, no score.
And if Olerud showing bunt on the first pitch was trying to draw the infield, at least at third base, in a little tighter, it really didn't work. Scott Rowland has been a couple of steps behind the bag and was on the second pitch after the bunt.
Olerud takes a strike. It's 1-2. Curt Schilling, a strikeout pitcher last year with 319 Ks. We saw him earlier being toweled down by the Phillies trainer as Olerud fouls the ball off. Can the heat play a role in this game?
It's not oppressive heat. It's certainly unprecedented for March 31st in this town. But it's not like it's in the 90s and humid. It's very comfortable. And there's enough of a breeze so that you can stay relatively dry as opposed to had the day been a lot more humid.
Schilling certainly made baseball exciting on a losing team last year in Philadelphia. Olerud drives the ball to left field. Jeffries in pursuit, unable to get it. He gets clobbered. It was a foul ball. Jeffries running into the railing down the left field line.
Well, Greg taking inventory appears to be all right. You know what? It looks like he's toughened up a little bit over the years. Earlier in Jeffries' career, he didn't have a great pain threshold. And on similar plays to that, would stay down for a while and wasn't quite sure that he was necessarily all right to stay in the game. But here he shrugs it off and gets right back at it.
And John Olerud back at the plate with the bat in his hand. It's 1-2 on Olerud. Lined out and struck out. Nice block by Lieberthal. Excellent block as Gilkey holds his ground.
Olerud had to be alert here, not on the pitch necessarily, but watch how hard and fast Lieberthal gets rid of that mask.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. That's one thing Ketchett never even thinks about or cares about. You just throwing that thing. And you tend to hit people with that mask.
Olerud wasn't expecting it, or else he might have done a fancy two-step.
100 pitches so far in this game. As Olerud fouls the ball down the left field line and out of play. That's 101 pitches for Curt Schilling. Well, Cookie Rojas was well aware Bernard Gilkey on first base. He could be very important in waving Gilkey around. It's 2-2 on Olerud. Good pitch, strike three. Excellent pitch from Curt Schilling.
Second baseman.
7 strikeouts now for Schilling, the second time that he's gotten Olerud. He also caught him looking in the 4th inning. And here the ball breaking away, and Olerud clearly did go around. So here's the supervision look. Ball's breaking away from the left-hand batter Olerud, and that last pitch thrown at 93, well off the outer edge, but Olerud waved at it. Great movement by Schilling. And interestingly, he'll throw harder. It's been documented. He'll throw harder in the 7th inning than he does in the 1st.
Well, he struck out Olerud as Olerud back on the bench. They just checked Gilkey at first base. 1 man out. 7th inning. Baerga, the batter, he's flied to center field both times. He's 0 for 2. Fastball, and it's a strike. So 0-1 on Bernard Gilkey. I should say Carlos Baerga. Gilkey's on first, Husky on deck. Ralph Kiner mentioned the shadows earlier. Now the shadows pretty much cover from home to beyond the pitcher's mound. Baerga out in front, popping the ball up and out of play. 0-2 on Carlos Baerga. Baerga and Gilkey have to deliver in the absence of Todd Hundley. Gilkey leading off first. 0-2 pitch, pulled foul. So Baerga staying alive. Carlos Baerga, as Mookie Wilson moves back into the first base coaching box. Baerga in the past, as a member of the Cleveland Indians, drove in over 100 runs twice, once in 92 and once in 93. And the 0-2 pitch. And there's a looper to short. As he Relaford gloves it. 2 down.
Right fielder, Husky.
So 2 men are out. As Baerga makes his way back into the dugout, Schilling has been in complete control. He has pitched a masterpiece.
Well, Butch Husky's been up twice this afternoon, bounced to first and grounded to short. Remember, this is March 31st. It's not April yet. Butch has gone through 2 miserable Aprils. So before he can even get to the 4th month of the year, see if he can do some damage here on the last day of this month.
Check Gilkey at first base.
The last 2 springs before this one, Butch Husky owned March. Great exhibition seasons down in Florida and slow starts to the regular season.
Even in the minor leagues. There goes Gilkey. Ball put in play. Relaford over to Bronya. That'll do it for the Mets. They strand Gilkey. We played 7 here at Shea and still no score. The Phillies and the Mets. And we'll be back. Michael's taking his warm-up tosses. And you're looking out over at the tennis center here in Flushing. A lot of action in the middle of the summer. No action in school today for those kids. How about that? No school today. Mets play at Shea. I hope the teachers aren't looking at those kids here at Shea Stadium.
That's okay. You know what? Came up the elevator today with a couple of guys who said, hey, go easy on the kids who cut school today. Don't say too much about it, because we work for the Board of Ed, too. So it starts at the top. Deviant behavior goes right to the upper echelon. Here we go to the 8th inning. At the top of the Philadelphia order, Doug Glanville, Greg Jeffries, and Scott Rowland for the Phillies. No runs, 5 hits for Philadelphia. No runs, 2 hits for the Mets. Tim Spear has both of them. Michael begins the 2nd inning of work, and Glanville bunts foul.
Yeah, Glanville's a guy that has some talent. He can play the outfield. Phillies are very high on him defensively. Not necessarily a power hitter, probably has some pop in the bat, and as time goes along, he gets more experience in the big leagues. He'll hit some home runs. Got to keep him off the bases because he can fly.
And you see the shadows now. They're creeping kind of quickly. Last inning, they were halfway between the mound and the plate. Now they're out past the mound. And McMichael, I had no balls, 2 strikes.
Well, McMichael's a guy that features that straight change-up, the circle change. It's tough for a hitter. Major league hitters like hard stuff.
And the 0-2 to Glanville. There's the change, and it's wasted.
If you look at scouting reports of teams, you'll see that most scouting reports will tell you hitter likes the fastball. Not many hitters like that breaking ball or the off-speed pitch. Now we'll take a look at that pitch and look at the movement on that ball. Again, a staying alive type swing.
And the 0-2. Weakly to Baerga. 1 down. So 1 out here in the 8th, still no score. Remember, Fox Sports News comes your way tonight at 10 following the Nets and Hawks from the Meadowlands. Get all the latest news, highlights, and breaking stories in sports with Fox Sports News tonight at 10 here on Fox Sports New York. Greg Jeffries, nothing out of 3 this afternoon. First time he'll face McMichael. 0-1 to Greg.
When Jeffries signed with the Phillies, he was hoping to play first base, but they moved him around, and now he's in the outfield and much more successful when he plays first base.
Fastball away, 1-1.
Yeah, we talked about the scouting report on different players. Now, takes too many first pitches. Looks for a ball inside, can beat him with breaking balls. That first pitch is a pretty good stat concerning Jeffries with that first pitch. Batting from the left side of the plate, he takes maybe 75% first strikes with a fastball and maybe 80% first strikes with a breaking ball.
Surprising, such an aggressive hitter. And I think generally you think of Jeffries as being an aggressive hitter. Would take fastball strikes early in the count. Now he gets an off-speed pitch, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, what a guy like Greg McMichael and Tim Spear, what they have to do is take that scouting report and combine it with watching video, and you're ready to go when you go on the field today. You got a lot of resources. The scouting reports come from a company called Inside Edge, and there are about 8 teams that use these scouting reports.
Goes down and laces one to center. So Greg Jeffries,
Third baseman.
singles to center, and with one out, the Phillies have a base runner.
Bob Apodaca was raving about these reports. I mean, if you took a look at some of the information in these reports, if you're a hitter, you're going to start working on some weaknesses. And you see the chase cam. As Spear moves inside, the ball's out over the plate, and Jeffries puts it in play and picks up a base hit. You saw Spear go inside. You saw a control pitcher, Greg McMichael, miss inside and go outside. Just goes to show you, pitchers do not hit the target all the time.
So 6 hits now for the Phillies. And the first pitch to Roland, a slider, 1-0. Let's have Carlos Baerga, the second baseman, pulled way around towards the second base bag, with Ordonez into the hole between short and third. Look at the outfield now as we pull back. It's pretty much straight away. Roland, plenty of power. And he hits this one to third. Great play, Alfonso. Safe at first. So a good play by Alfonso to at least make sure that Jeffries goes no further than second base. An infield hit for Scott Rowland, and the Phillies have 2 on with 1 out.
We talked about Rowland's range. How about Alfonso's range? Diving for the ball, gloving it across the infield. Rowland with good speed beats the throw. Outstanding speed. Big right-handed hitter. Gets out of the box. He's about 6'5" and about 225 pounds, and he can motor. I'll tell you, when you can run like that, and you can hit with power, you can hit 300. You can consistently hit 300.
So trouble for the Mets again. The Phillies have had men on each of the last 4 innings. Third time they've had 2 men on in an inning. Downstairs to Lieberthal.
Good thunder in the middle of this lineup. Lieberthal came on strong latter part of the year last season. Rowan had a superb season all year long, and Bronya, who's on deck, another good hitter.
That's a strike, 1-1. Lieberthal hit 20 home runs last year. And Rico Bronya also with power. He hit 20. He's on deck. Let's have a left-hander, Dennis Cook, as well as right-hander Mel Rojas throwing in the bullpen. If McMichael gets Lieberthal, it'll be interesting to see if Bobby Valentine goes with Cook against the left-hander Bronya. And the pickoff play at second, not in time to get Jeffries.
Well, Bronya is a completely different type hitter facing a guy like Cook. Bronya is not a good hitter against left-handed pitchers. He's a good hitter against right-handed pitchers. And the emphasis throughout the offseason was we're picking up relief pitching so we can utilize it. With that in mind, we're bringing a left-hander to pitch to Bronya.
And the 1-1 just below the knees. So McMichael getting into trouble now. Got Glanville on a ground ball to second, but then Jeffries with a single to center, and Roland an infield hit. That's Jeffries at second, Roland at first. That infield looking for 2. The outfield straight away. Two balls, 2 strikes.
It's really tough to mess around in a situation like this to see if you can get a hitter to chase a bad ball, because you have runners on first and second. Camera from above here at Shea Stadium showing that pitch. A good pitch to Lieberthal. Got to be careful with Lieberthal. He can do some damage.
And the 2-2. The breaking ball fouled back.
I was pretty surprised today in talking to Hal McRae. He thought that Lieberthal's swing was better than Roland's swing. And he has all the confidence in the world that Roland's going to be a star in this game for many years.
It's Scott Rowland. He's on first. Jeffries the runner at second. And the 2-2. Pop foul. That'll reach the seats. Terry Francona, one of a host of Phillies who have been hit hard by the flu. Schilling was one of the relatively few who have been in good shape.
And Bobby Valentine, he's healthy. Bobby is one of those managers that's managing from the first pitch on. Some managers get into the game like the 5th inning on. I think today's managers have to manage in the first inning now. There's so many moves to be made.
Again, it'll be a 2-2. And staying alive is Lieberthal, fouling off breaking pitches.
And when you're catching in a ball game and the guy starts fouling off pitches, you're not comfortable because he's starting to get on top of that ball. The longer a hitter stays at the plate, he gets the upper hand on a pitcher.
What about the outfielders now? How tough is it to track balls that are coming out of the shadows?
They are going to have it very difficult, not only out of the shadows, but the sun is very tough right now.
The 2-2 to Lieberthal. Just missed. So now some decisions. A full count to Lieberthal. Again, we spelled out the options for Bobby Valentine with Bronya on deck. Dennis Cook, a left-hander in the bullpen. Rico struggles against left-handers. Do you put Jeffries and Rowland in motion here?
Well, Lieberthal's the guy who could put the ball in play. I'd put him in motion. I don't think there's any substitute for aggressive base running, aggressive managing.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. They're not running, and it's fisted to the left side. Alfonso makes the catch, no advance. 2 men away.
Luckily, he didn't put him in motion. He had double play. Bob Apodaca is going to the bullpen. He's bringing in Cook. He got to. You picked up Dennis Cook for one reason, to come in and get a left-hander out. He's a situational pitcher, and here's the situation.
You know, there's a mandate to speed this game up, too, as Cook comes in from the bullpen, and you saw Bob Apodaca, as per that mandate, as soon as he got out of the dugout, bang, go to the left arm, make sure the umpire knows that they're going to the bullpen. And Dennis Cook isn't wasting any time either. That's because he's got to answer this call to the bullpen, which is brought to you by Omnipoint. Scoreless with 2 out and 2 on here in the 8th. McMichael leaves. Dennis Cook will become the 3rd Met pitcher, and Schilling hopes for help in the Phillies dugout.
Well, there's no score. The Phillies and the Mets. Big crowd on hand here at Shea Stadium. An interesting situation as Greg McMichael has left the ball game. Dennis Cook is in the game. Curt Schilling, who's pitching for the Phillies, has looked terrific all afternoon. The situation now, runners on first and second, Rico Bronya the batter. We're looking at Dennis Cook's stats. Left-handed Dennis Cook against left-handed swinging Rico Bronya. It's day and night between Rico batting against a right-handed pitcher as opposed to a left-handed pitcher. Dennis Cook should have the upper hand. Now, Rico Bronya is a spray-type hitter. If you look at the scouting report on Rico Bronya, you'll see that he sprays the ball around. Keep in mind, this is all his hits. Left field, center field, right field in 1997. Also keep in mind, he's a much different hitter against left-handed pitching.
Only 185 with 1 homer in 119 at-bats last year against lefties. So the Mets have the matchup they want. The left-hander Cook, spectacular in postseason play for Florida against the left-hand hitting Bronya. 2 on, 2 out, no score in the 8th. Ball 1.
This is also an opportunity for Rico Bronya to have a breakout year against left-handers because his reputation is he struggles against left-handers. Rico has a good eye for the ball.
How good was Dennis Cook postseason? Opponents were 1 for 27 against him.
That's why the Mets got him.
On the outside corner, 1-1.
To come in and get out a left-hander.
Cook, a former Philly. Bronya, a former Met. That's what we told you about pertaining to his difficulties last year against southpaws.
Rico now, he has to hit left-handers to bring his career to another level.
Now it's 1-2. Advantage Cook.
He had a good swing at that left-hander's fastball. Cook challenged him, and Bronya had a good swing.
McMichael's got something at stake here, too, as the Philly runners are his responsibility.
Just the swing. You're going to see the swing right here. A good swing. Head was down, fouled the ball back. And Curt Schilling's reaction, he knew Rico had a good swing and just missed that pitch.
You remember that from the '93 World Series? He drove his own teammates nuts. He drove Mitch Williams crazy. Because remember, in '93, Schilling couldn't bear to look.
That was a short trip for Mitch.
Well, at least Schilling doesn't have the towel in front of his face here. That's the difference between opening day and the World Series.
Now, if you're a left-hander, you have a breaking ball, as Greg McMichael looks on, you know a left-hander has trouble with a left-hander's breaking ball. Let's see. Well, it looks to me like he shook twice. Might be fastball. Shook for location.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Up with a fastball, up and away, and the count's even.
When you're a pitcher, you have to be careful, because if you shake your head twice, usually it's a fastball, because most catchers and pitchers are in a habit of not giving location on a breaking ball. So if you see a pitcher shake his head twice, it's usually a fastball. He's shaking yes for the sign and then yes for location.
Just got a piece. Dennis Cook will remember that today's first base-up, Joe West, was involved here at Shea Stadium. Remember the fight between the Mets and the Phillies, and West body slammed him?
I'll never forget it. We were doing that game, and Big Joe, Country Joe West, was throwing poor Dennis Cook around.
Uh-oh, now the towel's back up. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, no score.
Shook his head once now. There's a fastball. Rico's having some good swings at a left-hander right now. When Rico was here in New York, his swings were not good. His stats were down, and if you watch him swing at left-handers, he was overmatched. This is a good at-bat for Rico Bronya. Seventh inning or later in 1997, those 6 home runs and 20 RBIs.
Right here, we're in the 8th. Grab some pine, and Dennis Cook has made the deal pay off immediately. 2 Phillies are frozen on base. McMichael exhales, and Schilling goes back to work. Thursday night on Fox Sports New York 2 as we bring you the second and final game of this Mets-Phillies season opening series. Tune in for our Mets pregame coverage beginning at 7:15. That's Shea Stadium. Thursday, the Mets and Phillies go out at 7:30 again, live on Fox Sports New York 2. Check your local listings.
And during the off-season, Bobby Valentine and Steve Phillips decided they had to get some relief pitching. They brought one of the pitchers, Dennis Cook, paid off right here. He went after Rico Bronya. They brought him in to pitch to the left-hander, and Cook got the job done, and Greg McMichael's happy about it.
The Mets have 2 hits. Tim Spear has both of them, and he takes ball 1 from Schilling to start the 8th.
Well, Spear must have said, you know what, I don't care about having a good spring training. I'm going to get off to a good start. He's got 2 hits in this ball game.
Of course, Hundley's in uniform, so Spear probably figures pedal to the metal right away. In uniform, but not eligible.
Here are the hits. 2 hits in this game for Tim Spear after coming off a red-hot spring training. First hit is right back up the middle, 3-2 fastball. How about this, 3-2 breaking ball? He pulls it in a hole between short and third.
So Schilling's gotten to 2 strikes on him twice, showed him 2 different looks, and Spear's beaten them both times. Now it's 1-1. And the breaking ball on the outside corner. Great spot from Schilling, and it's 1-2.
Well, you can't say enough about Curt Schilling this afternoon.
Well, what about the long inning, too? I mean, the Phillies were up there a while, even though they didn't score in the 8th.
Doesn't seem to bother this guy. One of the things he does so well that helps him along the way is to throw those strikes.
Now the breaking ball gets Spear this time. So Schilling, for the first time, wins a battle with Tim Spear, 1 man away. And for Schilling, his 8th strikeout.
here's that bat by Tim Spear. It looked like Lieberthal was fooled with that pitch. It had so much ball movement on it. Hey, it's tough to catch. It's real tough to hit.
Ordonez 0 for 2 takes a strike. Ray has flied to right, reached on a fielder's choice, or at least hit into a fielder's choice to end an inning.
Curt Schilling has walked only one batter.
And he's ahead of Ordonez, 0-2, and that's in keeping with Curt Schilling's ratio from last year.
And from a power pitcher, when you're facing a power pitcher, at least you feel you have the edge. He might walk you, he might overthrow. This guy doesn't overthrow the ball. Galen Cisco, the pitching coach with the Phillies, looking on. It's going to be a nice job when you have a pitcher like Curt Schilling.
It's after Schilling that things become a little bit adventurous for the Philadelphia Phillies, although finally they're happy because they have a healthy staff. After Schilling, they go with all right-handers, in addition, of course, to Schilling. Terry Francona will roll out Mark Portugal, Tyler Green, Mike Grace, and Garrett Stevenson. Matt Beach, pretty decent pitcher, prospect. Left-hander, though, was sent down. He was the last cut. And it's 1-2 to Ordonez. And in case you missed the Mets cut, which was announced late last night, Craig Paquette, who had a real good spring for the Mets, just a victim of numbers. He had options, and so he's been sent down to the Mets Norfolk affiliate in the International League.
Well, Bobby Valentine mentioned many times during cuts this year it was a matter of numbers.
Ordonez lays off the split, and the count evens.
He said Bill Pulsifer and Steve Phillips said the same thing. Probably would have been on the ball club. It's a matter of numbers and options.
So there's the beneficiary of all the activity, Masato Yoshi, the 5th starter.
I asked Steve Phillips when they were thinking about sending Yoshi back to AAA, is it tough because you have to keep in mind that this guy turned on a multi-year, multi-million-dollar contract. He says you think about it.
Heat gets Ordonez. 9 strikeouts for Schilling. And quickly 2 outs here in the 8th, and Dennis Cook is going to hit.
Pitcher Dennis Cook.
Schilling going with that heater and throwing the ball upstairs right by Ordonez. Ordonez likes to chase that fastball. It's tough to catch up with Schilling's fastball right there. Now going to supervision, you see those pitches. And look at that fastball up high. Thrown right by Ordonez.
Tell you what, that's pretty significant. The fact that Schilling's still getting up at 95. And we told you earlier in the game, he's been clocked faster in the 7th inning than he has been in the 1st. But here it is, opening day. He's in the 8th inning, over 100 pitches. He's still throwing in the mid-90s. And now, of course, with a pitcher up, he's in front 0-2.
Sign of real good shape. You can't be throwing that hard this late in the game unless you're in good shape opening day.
Oh, 1-2 on Cook with McRae to follow.
And here's Dennis Cook's reaction to Schilling 2 pitches ago. That's respect.
Right on the black.
That's a great shot.
Cook puts it in play. Rolling, charging. And he gets him by a step. So Schilling works another 1-2-3 inning. He's retired 6 in a row. 8 innings in the books on opening day at Shea. Still the Mets and Phils. No score.
The stars, the stories. We get it. You got it. All your sports, inside and out. Weeknights on Fox Sports News Primetime.
Now it's not nighttime. That almost looks like an eclipse. But we have plenty more baseball action coming up Thursday night when the Mets battle the Phillies once again. 7:30 on Fox Sports New York 2. And then on Saturday afternoon, the Mets will break out their bats and face the Pirates. 1:30 Fox Sports New York. It's all coming up this week, so make sure to check your local listings. It's taken 3 Mets pitchers to keep the Phillies scoreless through 8. Galen Cisco's prized pupil, Curt Schilling, has done it to the Mets all by himself.
Well, it's got to be a tough decision. They didn't want to have Schilling throw more than 120 pitches. The way he's pitching, it'd be a tough decision to pull him out of the game.
Ah, those scouting reports. That's the Met dugout. Tom Robson, the Mets hitting coach, talking things over with Bob Apodaca, maybe getting his opinion on a specific pitcher he's seen and whether or not the scouting report is up to snuff. Mets scouting report on Mark Lewis is pain. He showed you all the big hits and home runs he had against him last year. He's 1 for 2 with a walk today, and Ordonez robbed him of an infield hit in the 7th. 0-1 to Lewis, leading off the night for Philadelphia. Boy, Lewis has even done Brady Anderson a little better on those sideburns. Somebody tell this guy it's 1998.
It might be coming back.
I don't think they ever left Lewis. And quickly, Cook ahead, 0-2.
Well, Cook works rapidly, gets the ball, gets back on the rubber, and goes after the hitter.
So Cook came on to strike out Rico Brogna, looking to end the 8th. And the 0-2 just off the outside corner. One ball, 2 strikes. Left-hander Dennis Cook. With left-hander John Franco throwing in the bullpen for New York. And the 1-2. Just got a piece.
Well, Cook featuring a lot of fastballs as John Franco warming up in the Met bullpen. So they go from a left-hander who's challenging hitters with that fastball. You bring in John Franco, he turns that ball over, he makes it do tricks. It's an adjustment for the hitters.
Outfield playing Lewis to pull. And Ed Montague, the home plate ump, wants to talk to Cook. Get a look at the ball, huh? Or the glove or something else? That part, no, doesn't look like there's any examination. What was that all about? Bobby Valentine wanted to make sure he was on the same page.
Can't be telling him to pick up the pace because Cook works rapidly.
They got this new mandate to speed the game up. And the 1-2 breaks just low. So Cook going ahead 0-2, missed with a fastball on the outside or off the outside corner and just missed low. So the count even. The 2-2 to Lewis. Nice foul. Cook's got an interesting way of coming set. Although, of course, nobody on base is working at it. The windup, but he stares down the catcher and seems frozen for several seconds before any movement.
The way he sets up in that rubber like that reminds me of Jim Cott later on in his career.
That's about 4 seconds. Broken bat. Cook gets out of the way, but Ordonez stays with the ball. 1 away. Dennis Cook got to do a little dance. Now you got to watch out for splinters.
Unusual place for the bat to break, up in the barrel. You got to check that wood. He gets inside. That's a great shot of an in and out swing. Watch his hands. He brings them in, and that bat is broken. Good pitch from Dennis Cook. And here's supervision as a great shot right there. The ball inside. That's a tough pitch to hit, especially with 2 strikes because you're protecting the plate.
That kind of pitch is good news for the lumber companies. You can break a lot of bats like that. Here's Abreu, 2 out of 3.
It's funny where that bat broke, though. It broke on the barrel. Very unusual.
Wasn't unusual for Carlos Baerga last year. He broke about 2 bats a game.
It was amazing how many bats he broke.
No balls, 2 strikes to Bobby Abreu. Abreu healthy again. Last year he missed some time with a fractured right hand, but he too has struggled against the left-handers. Only hit a .182 against southpaws last year. So this is all set up for Dennis Cook. Now Abreu wanting to slow Cook down.
Dennis featuring that fastball, staying with that fastball.
Either he feels extra strong as you look at the differential in Abreu, or he doesn't have confidence in his hook. And the fastball away.
It amazes me when you're left-handed because I know left-handed hitters, they want no part of that breaking ball, that big curveball. And yet Curt challenging with the heater. Johnny Franco is a guy who has stayed away from a breaking ball throughout his career.
2 balls, 2 strikes now to Abreu. Desi Relaford, the Phillies shortstop, is on deck. No score, top of the 9th inning. 7 hits for the Phils, 2 for the Mets. A shakeoff by Cook. Now he's ready. Does that mean more heat? Yes. And it's fouled back, and the count remains 2-2.
Schilling still in that dugout.
He got a towel inside that jacket. He looks like the Philly fanatic like that. Either that or it's just a bulky jacket. He's a lot slimmer than he looks right now.
Talking to Al McRae, I'm sure they're talking about this at bat for Abreu.
Popped it up. Ordonez, the shortstop, puts it away for the 2nd out. So 2 out, nobody on. Desi Relaford will be the batter.
Well, the Phillies certainly don't want to lose an effort like Schilling is putting forth today. They're going to win a ball game if they're going to put Schilling out there and he pitches the way he's pitched today.
And the Phillies with action in their bullpen. Their closer, Ricky Bottalico, getting ready just as the Mets have their closer, John Franco, throwing.
Was there a name mentioned more than Bottalico's last year as far as possible trades?
Especially with a team that was as bad as the Phillies were. Relaford takes a fastball at the knees, and man, Dennis Cook just continues to throw heaters.
You got to like it if you're playing behind him. He works rapidly, and he throws strikes with that fastball.
Missed upstairs. They're checking the swing, and they say strike 2 to Relaford.
Maybe that's how they taught him at the University of Texas. Whoever is teaching those pitchers at the University of Texas is doing a real good job.
The rhythmic applause with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 9th, and still no score. Still 0-2, and Relaford behind the fastball. Dennis Cook a little late getting to spring training this year, and for a very good reason.
Triplets. And then when he brought him home, he got out of town.
His road trips will come in handy when sleep is in short supply. Schilling hoping for help. And that is just off the outside corner. 1-2 to Desi Relaford.
Backdoor breaking ball right here, trying to catch the corner of the plate.
One of the few off-speed pitches he's thrown.
Yeah, and if you're a right-handed hitter, when they throw you that pitch, you tend to collapse your hands and give up on the pitch.
Line to left. Gilkey took a step in, but gets back. So the Met pitchers have kept the Phillies off the board through 9. Schilling looks to be done. The Mets will send the top of the order up in the 9th inning to try and win it on opening day. This copyrighted telecast is authorized under television rights granted by the New York Mets solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience, any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the New York Mets and Fox Sports New York is prohibited.
And a new pitcher, Jerry Spradlin on the mound, 6'7", 245 pounds. Boy, what an outing by Curt Schilling this afternoon. Looking at Spradlin's stats from last year.
Top of the order, Brian McRae takes a strike. Spradlin has lost 1 career decision to the Mets. McRae 2 fly ball outs and a strikeout. To the left side, it'll reach the seats and a quick advantage for Spradlin, 0-2.
Spradlin in 1996 signed with the Philadelphia Phillies as a minor league free agent. He initially signed with the Cincinnati Reds back in 1988.
He'll get up around 91, 92 on the ray gun. And it looked like a split that McRae waves at for the first out of the ninth. Bradley throws hard, and that ball straight down, missed by McRae. He picks up where Schilling left off.
Looks like a 6'7" right-hander coming at you. Bottom just falling out of that pitch, 86 miles per hour. Down 5 inches and away 2 inches. That's good ball movement. And he got McRae to swing right over the top.
Alfonso struck out twice and flied out. He thought about a bunt, pulled it back. Alfonso jammed a finger on Sunday in Baltimore, catching a pop-up. Swelled up on him. He had x-rays that were negative. And the fastball on the inside corner, 1-1. There was never a question about whether Alfonso would play. There was some about Butch Husky because of his hamstring. Between the two of them, they're 0 for 6. And Stradlin right back to work. Missed away with a slider. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, players take a lot of pride in being in the starting lineup opening day of a season. And you don't want to miss out. If you can play it all, you go out there.
Philly's pretty deep in the outfield at center and in right against Edgardo Alfonso. He does have decent power the other way. But he hits it to the shortstop. And Relaford throws him out. So 8 Mets in a row have been retired. The last 6 that Schilling saw. The first 2 now by Stradlin. And Bernard Gilkey will see what he can do about sending this big crowd home happy. Or keeping him here a little longer. If you're going to play extra innings early in the year, you might as well do it on a day like this. Bobby Valentine doesn't care how long it goes, as long as his team winds up on top. And that's where the Mets have usually been on opening days, winning 23 of the last 28.
There's Gilkey's hit zone. You see, he likes that ball from the middle of the plate in. That pitch, that ball that's out over the plate on the outside corner, he'll struggle all the way from top to bottom.
Deep to left by Gilkey. Jeffries there, and the side retired. Sounded a lot better than it looked. Gilkey got good wood, turned on the fastball, but it died as it reached Jeffries. So nothing across for the Mets in the ninth. And it will go to extra innings. Gilkey thought he might have had something here. Now we'll grab a glove.
Tonight, the Mets' playoff hopes are on the line. Who will wave their finger last when Jason Williams and the Nets go up against Mutombo and the Hawks? Better hold on tight. The Nets collide with Atlanta. Tonight at 7:30, only on Fox Sports New York.
Well, Bernard Gilkey made the last out, hit the ball hard, but it was right at Greg Jeffries. Now, you take a look at Gilkey's hot zone. See that middle of the plate in, up, and also belt tie. Now, this ball is in his hot zone. He hits the ball hard, and the ball gets out there and dies as Jeffrey makes the grab. Taking a look at supervision, you see that 94? That was the pitch he hit. And that ball was in his hot zone, and it looked to me like he hit on top of the ball.
So Bernard Gilkey back in left field, and John Franco back on the mound for the New York Mets. John Franco's first year with the Mets, 1990, so this is the beginning of John's 9th year in New York. He'd love to stay longer, but hasn't had any success yet working out a contract extension.
And again, Tim Spear now is going to have to be on his toes because Johnny Franco will pitch from the knees down. And there's no room for error for a catcher. You pretty much have to catch John Franco like you would catch a breaking ball. When you signal for a curveball, you have to anticipate the ball in the dirt. When you usually don't do it with a fastball. But with John Franco, the way he gets ball movement down and is effective pitching in the dirt, you have to assume he's going to be in the dirt and be ready to block it.
All right, there'll be a pinch hitter for the Phillies to start the 10th. That'll be Kevin Sepsic. He'll bat for the pitcher Jerry Stradlin. And he'll face John Franco. Now, a new wrinkle for John Franco this year. He started to throw a slider. And for John Franco, the reason for the slider is that it seems that too many hitters had been sitting on first pitch fastballs. And he throws what looked like the slider, 0-1.
Yeah, John Franco has a slider now. He throws a cut fastball, which is a smaller version of the slider.
The 0-1 downstairs.
But that's his bread and butter pitch right there. Turning the ball over, keeping the ball down, trying to get the hitter to go out and pull that pitch. And most of the time when you pull a pitch out there, you'll hit it on the ground.
1-1 to Sepsic. Franco threw yesterday for about 5 minutes, and he fits into that category of pitchers who need to tire their arm out as much as possible to make the change effective. And he says he does lots of throwing on the side to try and get to that point. Now it's 2-2 on Sepsic, leading off the 10th. Sepsic, Doug Glanville, and Greg Jeffries for the Phillies. Foul to the right side, still 2-2. Sepsic's had bits and pieces of the last 3 seasons with Philadelphia.
He's still here. Mayor of New York.
Hey, working overtime, too.
Said he never wants to leave a ball game until it's over.
Well, that 8 o'clock speech in D.C. may be in a little trouble if this thing goes 14 or 15. Look around, Rudy. This comes first. Still 2-2 on Sepsic. I mean, what's he got to say in Washington that's any more important? I mean, he's the mayor of New York. You can ask for help any day of the year. This is opening day.
And is there another mayor in this country that stays for the whole game?
Some people think Rudy's got his eyes on Washington for the long haul. And the 2-2 to Sepsic. Missed. And so Franco's first batter has worked a full count.
Matt Lockwood earlier talked to him down there and asked him about whether or not he would be leading early. He made the commitment to stay. There's something in this game with 25 innings. Forget the speech. He's got to stay.
Inside, ball 4. So Franco, who was ahead 1-2, loses the leadoff batter, pinch hitter Kevin Sepsic.
Center fielder Doug Glanville.
Right now, Edgardo Alfonso and Tim Spear out talking with John Franco. Terry Francona looking on.
All right, a lot of possibilities here in terms of defensive alignment. Doug Glanville 0 for 4. Good speed, can handle the bat. You have to figure that he'll try to push Sepsic into scoring position with Jeffries and Rowland behind him.
And it makes you anxious as an infielder because Glanville can run. So when you make a decision to go after the lead runner, you're going to have to, I should say, the trailing runner, which would be the batter in this case, you're going to get that ball to first base in a hurry.
John Olerud playing in front of and then scooting back to the bag to get the pickoff throw from John Franco. Outfield pretty shallow. Mets look for 2 on the infield if Glanville elects to swing, but he bunts it foul. It's 0-1. John Vukovic, one time thought of as a major league managerial candidate.
Well, he was about to be named manager in Chicago when Dallas Green was the president of the team. When Dallas Green was fired, he was not hired as manager.
It'll be an 0-1. Again, Olerud drifts back to the bag. He was a couple of steps in front of Sepsic and then moved up to the lip of the infield grass for Franco through to first. Alfonso tied at third. The charge from the corners, the pitch downstairs, a ball and a strike.
Vukovic can be very important in this inning, getting the attention of those runners going from first to third.
They charged from first and third on the last pitch. This time Olerud hangs at the bag and takes the pickoff throw. And a good bunt by Glanville. Franco's only play is to first. Baerga covers, and the sacrifice pushes Sepsic into scoring position with one out.
Left fielder, Greg Jeffries.
So the switch hitting Greg Jeffries will be next.
And you'll see the Alfonso charging Olerud and Franco. Franco making a play. Glanville getting the job done. That's what they expect from him. Besides an average, set the table, move the runners along, and he gets his job done right here. So the walk could come back to haunt the Mets.
Jeffries 1 out of 4. First time he's hit from the right side. Bobby Jones worked the first 6 for New York. Craig McMichael 1 2/3. Dennis Cook an inning and a third. And Franco to start the 10th. 1-0 on Jeffries.
There's that pitch down in the dirt. Here keeping the ball in front of him.
Right-handed batter Scott Rowland on deck. So trouble for Franco right off the bat.
Got to get Jeffries. If you're going to walk anybody, you would prefer to walk Rowland.
Kevin Sepsic, the runner at second. That's a strike on the outer edge. 1-1. Jeffries bothered by injuries last year. Played about half the season. Decent lead for Sepsic. And the fastball in, 2-1.
Jeffries had to lose that ball because that ball wasn't in that close. There he dives into the punch. This ball almost came back to get the corner of the plate. Sometimes a hitter will lose the ball.
And the 2-1. Popped up into short center. That's Brian McRae to make the catch. Sepsic holds, 2 men out.
Well, here's a situation. Got Scott Rowland, the batter, with first base open. He's a bona fide RBI man, coming off a real solid season. Unanimous choice for Rookie of the Year. And Mike Lieberthal, the next batter. Spear out talking to Franco about Rowland. He has the luxury of putting him on right now. But it looks like they're going to pitch to him.
Mike Lieberthal hits behind Rowland. His hit, the single, was an infield single. That was in the 8th inning. And there's Lieberthal hoping for a chance. Outside. Will they simply keep it away from Rowland and try to work on Lieberthal?
There's the report. There was the report.
I think that was on Darren Winston, the New York native, who's made the Philly Ball Club. He's throwing in the bullpen now, so they're doing a little advanced work. 2 balls, no strikes.
Usually John Franco has a field day with a guy who likes to pull that ball, so you're going to have to watch and see if Rowland goes the other way with Franco's pitch, although Franco's been busting people in lately.
Two balls, no strikes, 2 out. No score in the 10th. And again, away. This may very well be by design. He hasn't come in with anything yet to roll, and it's 3 balls, no strikes. And now they're just going to put him on.
That's why Spear went out to talk to Franco, saying don't give him anything good to hit. And Franco's the type of pitcher that you can say that to, and he will throw that ball off the plate, where if you're going to pull the ball, you're going to hit ground balls. Most pitchers, you either want to walk a hitter or pitch to him.
Terry Francona will watch Mike Lieberthal, who didn't have a whole lot of at-bats this spring. Remember, he had the tendonitis in his elbow, so he only played in 9 games. Lieberthal only had 25 spring at-bats.
Phillies have a lot of confidence in this guy. He got a lot of confidence in himself last year by swinging a hot bat late in the year, as Bob Apodaca looks on. I'll guarantee you that Hal McRae has told these Philly hitters that you're going to have to go with this guy. You're going to have to go with his pitch. That guy was a very smart hitter. And he's always talking to his hitters.
Rico Brogna, the on-deck hitter, a left-handed batter who again struggles against left-hand pitchers. But it's 1-0 to Lieberthal. That's a strike on the outside corner. Rico struck out his last time up. Dennis Cook caught him looking with a fastball with 2 on to end the 8th. Now Lieberthal in a similar situation here. In fact, the identical one. Runners at first and second against Franco. Outfield straight away. Infield back, and the 1-1 sits away.
So far away.
Well, again, you don't want to load the bases, but remember Rico Brogna's weakness and vulnerability against left-hand pitching. Rico on deck. The left-handers seem to like the changeup a little bit better against left-handed pitching. Left-handed batters do. Here's the 2-1. And now the count even. That ought to get them up out of their seats again. Opening day, midsummer weather, midsummer intensity. 2 on and 2 out. Gets out of it. No runs, no hits, 2 walks. 1 was intentional, and again the Phillies leave 2. They have left 8 on through 10 innings, and still we're scoreless as the Mets come up to the last of the 10th. Skyline as it's basked through sunlight and warm temperatures all through this March 31st opener here at Shea Stadium, the earliest opening in Mets history. And here's the latest pitch from Franco.
Outstanding pitch, and it was a John Franco pitch, his money pitch, out of the strike zone. And Lieberthal chased it. And speaking of chasing, the mayor of New York has left the building. He's on his way to Washington for his speech, but he stayed for, well, he's into the 10th inning.
Well, now, you know, this is just like a politician now. He said at the start of the game, I'm staying for the whole game. And what he'll say in defense, I'm sure, when we confront him with this, is, well, listen, the game's 9 innings. I stayed into the 10th.
That's right.
I overstayed my welcome, is what he's probably going to say.
Well, he'd really show me something if he came back and said I'm a man of my word.
Like a politician's ever going to say he overstayed his welcome. So here's Olerud taking a fastball from Billy Brewer. He is the 3rd pitcher used by the Phillies this afternoon. Olerud, Baerga, and Husky. We'll see what they can do about getting something on the board for the Mets. Left-hander Billy Brewer deals. Out line drive. Base hit for Olerud. The Mets have the winning run on with nobody out.
Well, do we see a pinch runner?
Yep, Luis Lopez had the helmet. And now Olerud will head to the dugout, having done his job with a leadoff single in the 10th.
Well, from the right side of the plate, Baerga has struggled, so does he bunt the runner along for Butch Husky? Cookie Rojas flashing those signs. He's not going to take any chances. Forget the signs. I'm going to tell him.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
I mean, they'll always tell a third base runner if the squeeze is on, right? You don't want to take a chance on screwing that up. So under these circumstances, no score in the 10th. Cookie and Carlos on the same page.
And Cookie signaled over to Luis Lopez, who was just in conversation with Mookie Wilson. So Cookie now flashing those signs to Lopez.
So will Carlos Baerga, who doesn't bunt a whole lot, be called on to sacrifice here? You would think so.
Yeah. But Bobby Valentine has thrown that managerial book away many times.
Baerga pops the bunt up, and it falls well beyond the reach of the charging Billy Brewer. And you could see there that Baerga does not bunt the ball a lot.
Well, we'll see if Bobby Valentine takes it off. He gave the sign to Cookie Ross. It looked to me like he's motioned like swinging the bat. Could be a decoy. A lot of times when opposing teams steal signs, they steal them from the manager. But Bobby Valentine has a complex set of signs.
Remember now, friend, Baerga batting from the right side. He didn't do that the whole second half last year because of an injury, the rib cage muscle, which locked him up, made it uncomfortable for him to swing from the right side. But here he pulls it back and takes the strike from Brewer. 0-2.
Also keep in mind, another one of the reasons he didn't bat from the right side of the plate is because he struggled from the right side of the plate. And here he takes a curveball for a strike. Now he's going to swing the bat.
You know, you don't often hear players talk openly about having lost their confidence in any particular department, but Baerga all last year said he was flat out of confidence in his ability to hit right-handed.
A base hit here will start getting that confidence back.
0-2 is the bunt off. It is, and he takes the fastball away.
Well, his effort at bunting the ball and then taking a pretty good curveball, which is a pretty good pitch to bunt for a strike. I'm sure Bobby wants him to swing the bat now.
Brewer pitched 4 games with the Yankees 2 years ago. He's also been with Kansas City, started last year with Oakland, and joined the Phillies later in the season. Brewer turns 30 years of age in 2 weeks. Short lead for Lopez, and a good stop by the catcher Lieberthal.
Very good stop. Watch Lieberthal dive out there to get that ball. But you used to hear people talk about moving your feet when you shift. It's impossible. When you're a catcher and a ball's coming towards you at 90 miles an hour, I mean, Fred Astaire would have trouble getting his foot up and moving out there.
Still sound defensive, you know?
Oh, yes. All you can do is drop to your knees.
Infield set up for 2. Lopez a short lead. And the fastball, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now what do you do if you're Bobby Valentine? You've got Baerga, who hasn't swung the bat in anger from the right side in almost a year. Will he put the hit and run on?
Well, Bobby Valentine's been a very aggressive manager. I'd put the runner in motion.
That's Lopez, the runner at first. He's running for Olerud, who led off with a single. The outfield deep and straight away on Baerga. Lopez running, and Baerga fouls it back.
Baerga is usually a guy that can put that bat on the ball, even though sometimes it's on the handle of the bat. We talked about him breaking so many bats last year. One thing for certain, he was making contact.
Brewer, the third Philadelphia pitcher. Starter Curt Schilling was brilliant, going 8 innings, allowing just 2 hits, striking out 9. Spradlin worked the ninth.
Put him in motion.
It'll be a payoff pitch. But first, a check of Lopez. Lopez running, and Baerga pops it towards the right field line. This time Abreu gets there, and Lopez will have to go back. Earlier in the game, on a somewhat similar play, maybe with a little less hang time, Abreu got a late start, and the second baseman Lewis had to hustle back and make the grab. This time Abreu makes the catch, and Butch Husky will be the batter, but he probably won't face Brewer.
No, he's not. They're going to the bullpen. Francona has already motioned to the bullpen. He wants the right-hander. So Lopez back on first base, and Mark Leiter coming in the ball game.
Well, the veteran Mark Leiter, who's been a starting pitcher often in his career, bumped to the bullpen as the Phillies have set their pitching rotation.
We talked about Hal McRae pulling for his son. Now you have a situation where Mark Leiter's coming in the ball game, and Al Leiter is with the Mets. And of course, Mark and Al Leiter used to join the family for outings here at Shea Stadium. Here they are, opening day, 1998.
There's Al, who gets to fend for himself on Thursday night against Mark Portugal. We'll have that one for you right here on Fox Sports New York.
This has to be tough for a guy. Watch his brother come into the ballgame. You got to pull for your team, but how about against somebody else?
Well, somebody's probably asking him about that right now. As you see Leiter break into a grin that is emblematic of a guy who's got a World Series ring, a fresh one in his pocket. Mets will see what they can do about this one next. Do they tell the mayor you're number 8 for takeoff? Or does he have one of those private jobs where he says, pardon me, boys, I'll slip in here and take off first? Well, last year, too many balls took off against Mel Rojas. But Mets have worked with him this spring. He's lost some weight, put on some muscle, and also developed another pitch.
And he's throwing more slides, but even more important, they've convinced him to pitch inside, pitch off the plate inside, and establish that he owns a piece of the plate. They felt that the hitters were getting too comfortable against him, and that's why he had the problems last year. Well, we saw Dennis Cook come in this ballgame, do the job. Greg McMichael out of the bullpen, Johnny Franco out of the bullpen. Now we find Mel Rojas in this game.
And Rojas will go after Rico Bronya, and then Mark Lewis and Bob Abreu as we go to the 11th. In case keeping a scorecard at home, Lopez, who ran for Olerud, bats 4th, staying in the game at 2nd. Rojas, the pitcher, will bat 5th. That was Baerga's spot. And Matt Franco now at first base will bat 9th.
And throughout spring training, the cry was the Mets have pitching depth. This has certainly been a test.
And Rojas gets a strike to Bronya. Rico 0 for 4 today. One of the things about the Mets bullpen that makes it appealing is the different look that each pitcher brings. Rojas following John Franco, an off-speed pitcher. And the carom job to Alfonso. Oh, and he got him. Rojas made a kick save. Alfonso played the carom. And they get Bronya by a step, and now the concern for Rojas.
But Rojas said everything's all right. And you don't even have to come out for Anita. But Fred's out there with Bobby Valentine. You know what Rojas said? My luck is changing. Watch this. Bronya hitting the ball hard off Rojas' leg. Alfonso with an outstanding barehanded grab and a toss across the infield. Did he get him for real? The umpire says he did. So Joe West called him out. And Rico Bronya's out. What a nice play by Alfonso.
So now it's Mark Lewis. 1 out of 3 with a walk. And the off-speed pitch for a strike. Lewis was also robbed on a great play by Ordonez, leading off the 7th. No score here in the 11th. And there's the split finger, 1-1.
Rojas has good stuff. There's no reason in the world why he shouldn't be a successful pitcher. He really struggled last year, giving up the home run ball, and was way out of shape.
Fastball fouled back, 1-2 now to Mark Lewis.
It amazes me this day and age why any major league player or any player in professional baseball would allow themselves to get out of shape.
Players of your generation are proud of saying that we spent spring training getting into shape, right? Now everybody comes to spring training ostensibly ready to go.
Oh, yeah. I remember my first year in spring training, a guy talking about he had to lose 20 pounds in the month of March.
And the breaking ball, nice play by Franco, but he can't get the throw across. Franco had trouble getting a grip. And Mark Lewis has an infield hit. This looked like it might have been the slider we were talking about.
Well, Rojas throws the slider to West, breaks his bat. Nice play by Franco. Half the play was nice, and then Matt, in haste to get the ball out of the glove, was unable to get the handle.
So Bob Abreu, 2 for 4, will be next. And Lewis, the runner at first. No score in the 11th. 8 hits now for the Phillies, 3 for the Mets. 2 of them by Spear, 1 by Olerud. Abreu much more effective against right-hand hitting. Right-hand pitching, pardon me. The deal with Tampa Bay was prearranged. With Kevin Stocker, the former Philly shortstop, went to the Devil Rays for Bob Abreu. 0-1. That happens a lot when you get into an expansion draft. Teams make contingency deals with each other, pending selection of certain players. Tampa Bay's got themselves an experienced shortstop. The Phillies have themselves a promising hitter. Moises Alou has himself a new address in Houston. Everybody's happy, at least for now. Check back at the All-Star break. Infield set up for 2, and Abreu way out in front.
And the Phillies feel Abreu is still developing. He'll become more of a pull hitter as time goes along, but they're very high on his defense. Their salaries also dictate who you pick up, and that's a nice pitch from Rojas. Gets Abreu way out in front.
No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Lewis a short lead at first. He's running. Swung on and missed. Spears right there.
Beautiful throw.
A strikeout double play, and the Phillies are done in the 11th. So Spear, with a couple of hits, has now thrown a runner out, and he'll lead off when the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the 11th, still in a scoreless tie.
Well, on your right, Edgardo Alfonzo to left Tim Spear, and this is what happened last inning. Alfonzo with an outstanding reaction play after the ball hit off Mel Rojas' leg. He took a hit away from Rico Brogna. Now watch this throw from Tim Spear. Gets rid of it quickly, and I mean, he's been very impressive with his throwing. It's a nice camera shot right there. That tells the story. It's almost like you're right behind the catcher. You are the catcher making that throw. You can see the ball beat the runner. Ordonez catching the ball. And if you were to pick anybody to catch a ball at second base to make a tag, it would be Ordonez. Look at this throw. Look at now that there's got to be disconcerting, but I guess it's not.
Occupational hazard. So Tim Spears had an impressive Mets debut, 2 hits, and the throw out of Lewis leads off here in the 11th inning and takes a slider away from Mark Leiter.
And what Tim Spear really had to fight this year, he came out of spring training red hot. Everybody's saying, well, it's spring training, that's over, season starts, and he'll go back to the way he was. Well, in this game, a couple hits, and he's looked very good behind the plate.
2-0. He had the only 2 hits off of Curt Schilling, who was brilliant through 8. Matt Franco shading your vision of Todd Hunt. I guess we're not supposed to see Todd at all until about June or July, huh?
It's going to be tough to keep him sitting, though, because we know he wants to get back and hard.
3-0 to Spear.
Especially if the team gets off to a real good start. You know Todd's going to want to get out there and play.
Mets have to make sure to watch carefully and pull the reins in when necessary.
He told me he learned from Jay Payton. He's got to let it rehab.
Fastball right there to Spear. It's 3-1. No score. We start the last of the 11th. 8 hits for the Phillies, 3 for the Mets, and here's the guy with 2 of them. Outfield, deep and straight away. The count is full.
What Todd Huntley told me is he learned from Jay Payton. Jay Payton tried to come back too soon. And of course, he's been set back a number of times. And Jay Payton was a hard worker, and he's in good shape. So Todd seemed to learn from Jay Payton's, I guess, impatience.
It was 3-0. Now the count's full. And Spear is gone. So a good comeback by Mark Leiter. And that's an especially important strikeout for Leiter. Ordonez will come up now. He handles the bat well in bunt situations, so conceivably he could have had the winning run at second with one out if Ordonez had executed a sacrifice, and then have Matt Franco and Brian McRae, each of whom with that from the left side. Nothing doing right now in the Philly bullpen.
I remember a few years ago interviewing Mark Leiter after a ball game, and the guys in the control room were trying to give him an update on Al Leiter, who was pitching that night.
Now Al's brother has thrown 4 straight strikes. 0-1 to Ordonez. Leiter against Portugal Thursday night. We'll have it for you here on Fox Sports New York. And a wild swing. Nothing in 2.
That's the old swing from Ray Ordonez. You know the coaching staff was flinching then.
I think you get to the 11th inning and opening day butterflies settle down. Not on that swing.
No, he knows it too. He knows that was the old swing.
2 to Ordonez. And that's in there for a called third strike. So Mark Leiter has come on to get an inning-ending double play in the 10th and strike out the first 2 he's faced here in the 11th.
Mark Leiter looked very good since coming in this ballgame. Here's a slider. This will get you every time. It's right on the corner. It's a bit above the knees, and you just tip your cap to the pitcher.
2 out, nobody on. Leiter now goes after Matt Franco, who hit 5 home runs in limited action last year. The Mets' best pinch hitter. In the game at first base now, and he fouls the first pitch fastball back.
What a year Matt Franco had last year was outstanding coming off that bench. Very difficult role when they put you in there and say, okay, game's on the line, do something.
It's an 11th inning look to a dugout. Sunflower seeds, cups. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know how clean that is before the game. Sure, there's a container for gum someplace.
Like to have a big cup concession. Inside, Franco almost nicked by the pitch. It's 2-1.
You utilize the next pitch. How can you use this pitch right here? You moved the hitter away. Now what do? They're going away.
Franco lays off. It's 3-1. Brian McRae, the on-deck hitter.
It's a nice story right there. Same family in the major league.
And a bouncer. Nico Bronya up with it, and on we go. So 1-2-3 inning for Mark Leiter in the 11th. He's retired 4 in a row. And opening day will take us to the 12th inning here at Shea. Still scoreless. Stu right now.
These guys are enjoying a ballpark.
Full service operation we have going here. Dancing lessons and everything. And tonight here on Fox Sports New York 2, Zygmunt Palffy and Peter Bondra go against each other. The Islanders and the Washington Capitals get the pregame started at 6:45. They'll drop the puck a little after 7 o'clock at the MCI Center. So to the 12th with no score, Desi Relaford will lead off for the Phillies. Pitcher spot due up next. Phillies already have a pinch hitter on deck. Looks like Rex Hudler in the on-deck circle. Relaford. 1 strike 1.
Good move by Relaford. Try to do anything you can to get on base. Somebody's got to pick up a run here. There's Rex Hudler.
Wasn't sure he was going to be a Philly at the close of camp. There were a lot of rumors about his going to the Seattle Mariners. In the hole, a base hit for Relaford. So Desi Relaford on base with a leadoff single here in the 12th inning against Mel Rojas. And that may affect the decision of manager Terry Francona.
It did.
Hudler has gone back to the Philadelphia dugout. And instead of Rex Hudler, it'll be Alex Arias, who presumably is a much better bunting candidate than Hudler.
Terry Francona's dad was a good major league player.
Pitch hitting for Lighter, number 26, Alex Arias.
I love this story.
Tito Francona's dad was walking by the batting cage, and it was at Yankee Stadium. I was about 17 years old taking batting practice. I was keyed up. You know, 17 years old from a small town. You're in Yankee Stadium, and Tito Francona was walking by the cage and said, "Hey, kid, get out of that cage." And I felt we were going to be close. And I get out of that cage.
Ran all the way back to Holyoke.
That's right.
Holyoke, whatever you guys call it.
We never spoke again after that. He was an outstanding player, though. Or I should say a good, solid major league player.
So now Mel Rojas will have to try to keep Relaford close with Arias in an obvious sacrifice situation. Phillies have had 9 hits now off of Met pitching. Mel Rojas, the 5th used by New York. Mets with only 3 hits. 2 of them by Tim Spear, 1 by Olerud. And the slider missed. 1-0 on Arias. Alfonso at 3rd and Franco at 1st came charging down the line in anticipation of Arias' sacrifice attempt.
I'm sure they'll leave that sacrifice on throughout this at bat. Arias is with the Phillies as a utility man, a good defensive player. They struggle with the bat. They have to get the runner into scoring position. Desi Relaford has to move to second base, I'm sure, with the bunt. Franco starts in, then he comes back. Didn't take Relaford out at all.
And the bunt popped up, but it'll reach the screen. 1-1. I bet you Bobby Valentine has more defensive plays and alignments in bunt situations than any manager in baseball. And you'll see so many of them even during one at-bat. Not often will you see him put the same defensive scheme on for 2 straight pitches.
Absolutely. Bobby Valentine has a number of different plays for his offense and his defense.
Especially when you get 2 guys on. Right here, it's 1 on and nobody out. And in the dirt. 2-1, and Rojas making life difficult for himself.
Can you have too many plays? Probably.
This particular situation seems a little more cut and dry. What with everybody in the ballpark knowing, at least to this point, that Arias was going to try to sacrifice. They charge from the corners. Now Franco holding against the runner at first. He's not charging. The runner goes and the pitch fouled back. So a different look there. Franco held the bag. Relaford was in motion. And Alfonso just a few steps in at 3rd. 2-2 to Alex Arias. Anybody says baseball's boring doesn't understand the game within the game. I mean, think of the different scenarios just in this one at bat.
Well, Relaford right now will be put in motion again.
2-2 to Arias. Nobody out. No score in the 12th. And Rojas just looks the runner back.
In a way, it's funny you mentioned how some people feel the game is boring, and what is hurt is speed. You know, with all the movements on the bases, now you have to check the runner so much it slows the game down.
Relaford not running, and the pitch taken inside. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Now you have to figure he will be running. In front of him. He's telling Matt Franco, get in front of him, meaning the base runner.
talked about it. That's how they want to hold the runner on.
Franco Bluff going back. Runner goes. Payoff pitch. They'll do it again. Game within the game. We've seen about 5 of them here just during this one at-bat. And a good portion of the crowd has hung on into the 12th inning. Rojas in his 2nd inning of work. Arias, the pinch hitter for pitcher Mark Leiter. It'll be a payoff pitch. There goes Relaford. Swing and a miss. Spears throw not in time. So Arias failed to get the bunt down, but the end result the same. 1 man out.
And once again, a good throw from Tim Spear. Relaford with a good jump off first base and beat the throw to second base. A clutch stolen base for Relaford. That's a good pitch from Rojas.
Relaford with a good jump.
Yeah, not even close to second base.
How much of that has to do with the fact you have the first baseman playing in front of the runner as opposed to holding the bat at all?
The Mets have been holding runners on first base like that. So they feel it's as effective as if the first baseman is straddling the bag or closer to the bag.
Now Glanville. 0 for 4 with a sacrifice. 0-1 to Doug Glanville. That sacrifice is last time up. There goes Rudy.
There goes Rudy on his way to Washington. First Wendell warming up in the bullpen. There he goes.
And the 0-1 stopped by Spears.
Spears caught a real good ball game today. This has been a good game, extra inning ball game, and the pitchers have dominated. The Phillies are going to lose a great effort by Curt Schilling if they go on and lose this ball game.
Right now they're threatening to pull in front. Desi Relaford in scoring position. He singled, stole second as Arias, the pinch hitter, struck out. Now it's 1-1 to Glanville. Rojas stayed in front of it. And there are 2 men away. Where it pays to have a good follow-through.
And that's a good point. A lot of pitchers aren't in a position to field their
Left
position.
fielder Greg Jeffrey.
Rojas knocks the ball down, but he's ready to field his position. Squares to the hitter, kept the ball in front of him, looked the runner back to second, and then got Glanville at first base.
Now it's Greg Jeffries. Jeffries 1 for 5. No score, 2 out, top of the 12th.
Well, you get the left-handed swinging Jeffries right now, and Scott Rowland on deck.
Rowland, of course, a right-hand batter. This is Lieberthal behind him. And the pickoff play at second. Good snap tag by Ordonez, considering that ball looked to be more to the right side of the bag.
And if you're an infielder and you make a quick tag, you make it look closer than it really is.
It was up more than over, but he still had to bring it down in a hurry.
The tag has become more and more important because of television. At one time, you didn't really have to tag the runner, but with the replay, umpires are concerned about that, and they're going to make sure the guy's out at second base or any base.
You want credit for everything, don't you?
Television. Put a lot of pressure on the umpires. Remember the plays when they would just swipe a tag and not even come close and you were out?
Will they see our rooftop camera? Here's the 1-0 to Jeffries. And a little goaltending by Spears. Keep in mind, again, a right-handed hitter, albeit maybe the Phillies' best. Scott Rowland is on deck. 2-0 to Jeffries, switch hitter batting left.
I'd much rather face a right-handed hitter, although Rowland is a good hitter. Yep, they're going to walk Jeffries. Good move by Bobby Valentine.
Will it be Rojas or Wendell who faces him? Remember, Wendell's been throwing in the bullpen. So they'll complete the intentional walk here.
Well, Rojas has better stuff.
Only question I would think would be the number of pitches Rojas has thrown. And does that enter into the equation here?
Third baseman, Scott Rowland.
That many where he has to come out of the ball game. They're erasing pitches.
Well, you can't hold an intentional walk against the guy when he walks a batter on 2 intentional pitches rather than 4.
Rojas was the key as far as the Mets were concerned in the trade last year. He's got to pitch to Roland in a situation like this. He's not a situational pitcher. He's going to be a short man, or in a crucial situation, you're going to see Rojas.
So last year's Rookie of the Year, Scott Rowland, goes after the first pitch and fouls it straight back.
And that was a pitch he could have handled, a hanging breaking ball.
Ball was up.
This goes to show you not all hangers are hammered. This ball is fouled back. I'm sure Rowland's like that pitch back. Very aggressive hitter.
No balls, 1 strike, 2 out. And that chases Relaford back.
50 pitches. No big deal.
It's the second inning.
No big deal.
It's 400 pitches over 8 innings. Well, no, it's not. It's a couple hundred, but you get the idea.
So you're projected early this year.
That's it. And the 0-1 downstairs.
And you still have an open base.
You're going to be licking those lips a lot when you're just searching for a run. So the chapstick coming in handy here in the 12th inning. 1-1 to Rowland. Rutherford, the runner at second. Jeffries at first. Advantage Rojas, 1-2. And again, they'll stand at Shea. Stand a little longer.
Spear going out to talk to Rojas. You got to make Rowland go after a tough pitch, especially with another base open. And you have another right-handed hitter on deck. A guy who doesn't really have Rowland's credentials. Lieberthal.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. Relaford at second, Jeffries at first. No score in the top of the 12th inning. And on it goes. Chuck Cottier, the Phillies bench coach, next to Terry Francona, had one of the great managerial tirades of all time at Yankee Stadium when he emptied a bat rack and a Gatorade cooler and half the equipment room.
Manager of the Seattle Mariners at the time.
Wonderful thing. Again, it'll be a 1-2 pitch. Just trying to keep Relaford close.
There's been a lot of action around second base in this inning.
Relaford stole second as pinch hitter Alex Arias struck out. Make Rowland think a little bit. Is this next pitch going to be away?
And usually, when something like that happens, it's usually a breaking ball away. Now, we talk about Rojas going inside on hitter, pitching bad inside. See if he goes away.
Still 2-2. Probably was watching the Kentucky-Utah game last night, saw Jeff Shepard and said, man, that could have been me. Personally, though, I'd rather be the Rookie of the Year in the National League than win an NCAA title.
That's right.
Well, they probably make as much these days playing college basketball as Roland's going to make this year with the Phillies.
That's nasty.
And the 2-2 pitch to Roland. Deep to left. Gilkey has room. And Rojas pitches out of it. No runs, a hit to left. The Mets will go after it again in the last of the 12th inning. The 25th anniversary, and you gotta believe. You think that kid holding that sign was there 25 years ago? 12th inning, opening day 1998. No score. 25 years ago, opening day at Shea, April 6, 1973. Cleon Jones off of Steve Carlton once. Cleon Jones off of Steve Carlton to left center. And the Mets defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 2-1. That was back in 1973 on the 6th of April. Did I say the 8th? Pardon me. Well, in any event, the Mets beating Carlton that day went on to the famous You Gotta Believe National League Championship. I don't know if that fella has very vivid memories of 1973, but we'll try and provide some as this season goes on.
That year, two famous sayings came out off that team. One was, you got to believe, and the other was, it ain't over till it's over. When you think about it, I mean, those cliches have been used for years.
Well, we assume Yogi said that.
No, Yogi said it. He said it in Oakland, California.
Well, this one ain't over yet either, although the Mets would like to end it right here in the 12th. They'll do it against the new Phillies pitcher, Ricky Bottalico. He's their closer, and Brian McRae shoots one foul for strike one here in the 12th, and he broke his lumbar, too.
Now, Hal McRae, watching this, game's on the line. Do you pull against your son? Ricky Bottalico, a guy who throws the ball very hard. His name was bandied about last year. All year as a possible trade bait going from the Phillies to any place. But he gets the ball up there around 94, 95 miles an hour. He's been effective coming out of the bullpen as the short man.
Ryan McRae was dropped down to the 6th hole occasionally in spring training. And he hits that one through the hole. So the Mets have the leadoff man on here in the 12th as Brian McRae greets Ricky Bottalico with a leadoff single.
Well, Hal McRae is inside very happy now. He wants the Phillies to turn a double play.
Well, he's also got a deal now with a guy who handles the bat well, and Alfonso.
Now Brian McRae going out there, head down on the ball, slapping the ball into right field. So, and the reaction from the Mets bench, the good speed on first base, a man who can steal a base, a guy who can advance in a hurry, and Edgardo Alfonso, a guy who can really handle the bat.
And a good bunt by Alfonso, the only play to first, and the Mets have the winning run in scoring position with one out. Typical Edgardo Alfonso. Quietly efficient.
It's a dilemma for Bobby Valentine where to bat Alfonso because he's a real good second place hitter. He's also a guy that can drive in runs, and now it's up to Bernard Gilkey, or you walk Gilkey and go after Luis Lopez. You'd be going against the book.
Well, Galen Cisco, the pitching coach, is going to go out to the mound and talk things over with Bottalico. Remember, Lopez is in the game in the cleanup spot after running for John Olerud and staying in the game.
I would go against the book.
Go after Gilkey?
I would know. I'd walk Gilkey, and I'd pitch to Lopez. Even though Lopez is going to be swinging from the left side of the plate.
Well, the Mets try to win on opening day, and they've done that often since losing their first 8.
The best record since 1900.
Of course, the Mets haven't been around that long, nor have the Seattle Mariners. But that's even more remarkable when you consider they've won 23 of their last 28.
And a guy who's been very important in recent years is Todd Hundley. He likes to hit home runs opening day. There it is right there.
Valentine against Francona, Gilkey against Vitalico, and it looks like they're going to pitch to Gilkey. McRae, the winning run at second.
Whoa, nice play by Lieberthal.
So are they going to pitch to Gilkey?
Well, in a situation like this, I wouldn't tell a pitcher pitch around him. This is a tough play for a catcher. He's outside, he's got to go inside into the batter, ball's in the dirt, and you can't get your body in front of it. All you can do is use that glove to scoop it.
1 ball, no strikes, 1 out. A bouncer to Rowland. That'll hold McRae, and there are 2 men away. Gilkey now 0 for 4.
Second baseman Louis Lopez.
They're going to walk Lopez.
Well, that'll bring up a pinch hitter for Mel Rojas, who is in the 5th spot. Mets have Jim Tatum out on deck. So some early season respect for Luis Lopez.
Or going by the book. Terry Francona, one-time manager of Michael Jordan. When Michael Jordan played minor league baseball.
So Turk Wendell throwing in the Mets bullpen, hoping he doesn't have to come into the game. Lopez being walked intentionally, and Jim Tatum on deck, waiting to make his Mets debut and perhaps win it for Rojas. See John Olerud there. This is his batting spot. But after his leadoff single in the 10th, Lopez went on to run for him. That's ball 3, 1 more to go.
Todd Hundley looking on. Hundley's getting balls off the tee. They're going to bring him along slowly. They're hoping he'll be ready in June.
So now all eyes in the Met dugout will turn to Jim Tatum in his Mets debut, batting for Mel Rojas.
What got him on the team was his ability to play a lot of positions. First time out of the shoot for the Mets, he finds himself in a crucial situation swinging the bat.
Tatum made the team partially because he can also catch. He's the emergency catcher now.
Very important. That's why when the manager says, can you catch? You say yes, and you hope he never puts you back there.
Whether you've ever worn the equipment or not.
That's right. There's a manager who wants his players to be able to play a lot of different positions.
Bobby managed in Japan. Tatum played in Japan last season. And he takes a fastball upstairs, 1-0. This must be eating Hundley up, because you know in a game like this, never mind the pomp and circumstance of opening day, he's dying to get a bat in his hands and at least try to do something about it. Hasn't bothered Malicki's appetite for sunflower seeds, though. 1-1.
It's been a great day for pitchers. The Phillies and the Mets pitchers have all pitched very well.
One ball, 1 strike, 2 out. And it's popped foul, so now Vitalico has the advantage, 1-2. Innings, scoreless tie in a game that was called because of curfew. In those days, your pitchers went more than 9 routinely. Rob Gardner for the Mets and Chris Short for the Phillies each went the first 15. And the end result was they had to come back and play the doubleheader the next day to end the season because of the tie game. Now we go to the 13th, nowhere near a curfew, and it's Mike Lieberthal leading off against Turk Wendell, whose first pitch catches the inside corner. Wendell, the 6th Mets pitcher. Mel Rojas worked the last 2, gave up 2 hits. struck out 2 and walked 1 intentionally. 9 hits for the Phillies, 4 for New York. In the air towards the line. Remember, Husky slowed by a hamstring, gets there.
Husky is a very improved right fielder. Bobby Valentine thinks he gets as good a jump on a fly ball as any outfielder he has. Puffing and puffing after the ball. You can see he's favoring that leg. Well, he's really improved defensively as an outfielder.
Yeah, a real football player would have ran right through it.
I thought he was going to.
Rico Bronya takes outside and low, 1-0. Rico 0 for 5 today. Served one right off the shin of Rojas's last time up, but it carried him to Alfonso, who threw him out. And the breaking ball, 2-0.
During the course of spring training, Wendell's name was thrown around as a possible player who would be traded away.
Doesn't have options, so it would have had to have been a trade or a release. 2 balls and a strike now on Rico.
He's from the western part of Massachusetts, and they've had some pretty good relief pitchers over the years. Remember Wayne Granger?
Sure.
Okay.
Tall, skinny guy.
Yeah. Mark Wohlers. They got Jeff Reardon from Western Mass.
Yeah, you know, there's a reason for this. Where's Holyoke, Massachusetts located?
Western Mass.
Yeah. What do you guys say? Holyoke?
Holyoke. You gotta say it like you're in a hurry.
You guys talk funny. 2-2 to Bronya with 1 out, nobody on. And the count full. Mark Lewis on deck for the Phillies. Bronya, good power, particularly against right-hand pitchers. And he just gets a piece as he went down for it. After today, these teams will need tomorrow off. They always keep the day after the scheduled opener available for a makeup date, given the weather problems you usually have this time of year.
They'll work out tomorrow. And the Mets have a welcome home dinner.
Hosted by you, Gary Cohen. And Luis Lopez gobbles it up for the second out. 2 out, nobody on, but remember who's coming up, and remember what he's done to the Mets in the past. Mark Lewis. Last year, opening day turned out to be a doubleheader because of a rainout of the scheduled opener, the home opener anyway, against the Giants. And Lewis, in his first start as a Giant in the second game of the doubleheader, hit 2 home runs against the Mets. Played enough innings to be in the second game of a doubleheader. This is the top of the 13th. And Wendell stays away with a breaking ball. That's respecting Lewis's power deep in the outfield. They're pretty much straight away. McRae a step to left center. Fouled back. It's 1-1. And the 1-1, a breaking ball. And so Wendell ahead now, ball and 2 strikes. There have been 13 hits in this game. They've all been singles. 9 by the Phillies. Lopez throws out Lewis. And the Mets will go after it in the last of the 13th. Strong inning for Turk Wendell, who retires the Phillies in order. Husky, Spear, and Ordonez for the Mets. First pitch today. We're in the last of the 13th inning on opening day here at Shea. She's been a Mets fan all her life. So is her brother. The way we're going, Rudy will get back after his speech in D.C. Catch the end of this one.
See, I told you I didn't lead.
Butch Husky leads off in the last of the 13th and takes downstairs from Ricky Vitalico. This is Vitalico's second inning of work. Husky grounded into an inning-ending double play in the 10th inning. After Olerud had led off with a base hit. 1-1. Could have the hands up the barrel there a little bit.
The hands up the barrel. He forgot he's got the bad wheel.
Didn't appear to be hampered chasing that foul ball, fly ball on the top of this inning. In the air, center field. Glenville for the first out. That's the best ball Huskies hit today. Actually, one of the best balls any Met has hit today.
This game is going to come down to what team is going to run out of pitchers. It's like a spring training game where they have a tie score. Husky hitting the ball on the button. And Glenville right in front of the warning track making the grab.
So one gone. Tim Spear, who had singles his first 2 times up and was struck out his next 2. Curt Schilling struck out 9. Spradlin struck out 1. Leiter struck out 2. And Vitalico has struck out 1. 1-1 now to Spear. Both closers have been in this game. Vitalico now for the Phillies. John Franco worked an inning for the Mets. John Olerud hasn't been seen since the 10th inning. Lopez ran for him. 2-1 now to Spear.
Still out on that bench. A lot of times the guy comes out of a ball game and they're in the clubhouse.
Wild swing and a slider.
When you swing a bat like that, you know halfway through the swing, number one, you're not going to make contact. Number two, you're saying, why am I doing this right here? That's a nasty pitch right there. I mean, Valentine looked like he was checking to make sure everybody's still here.
It'll be a 2-2 to Spear with 1 out. And now the count full.
Well, you got Rowland guarding the third base line. Over at first base, you have Bronya playing well off the line.
It'll be a payoff pitch to Spear with 1 out. And it's in there for a call, strike 3.
Spear started the day off with 2 hits, and his last 3 at-bats he struck out.
Second strikeout for Ricky Vitalico, and that's pretty much the difference between what you see in spring training and what you see up here. Not so much that pitch, although it was a great spot, but he didn't see sliders like the one he missed in Florida.
How's it look from the rooftop camera? Well, what do you think?
I thought it caught the corner.
All it has to do is touch the plate. Now here's Supervision.
Ray Ordonez hits it in the air, and this is going to end the inning. Glanville's got it. Supervision will find something in the 14th for you. The Mets go down in order. 2 strong innings for Ricky Vitalico. 13 innings in the books on opening day, which is inching towards opening night. Still no score. And he just does recover in time. The 3rd straight Philly to go Lopez way. 1 away.
Shortstop, Andy Rutherford.
Well, one thing you can do at second base that you can't do at shortstop is use your chest to knock the ball down. The second baseman has the luxury of picking it up and quickly getting the ball to first. Watch this. Ball comes back on the ground, and then Lopez gets it to first. If he's at shortstop and that happens, you don't get the runner.
Desi Relaford is the Phillies shortstop. He's been on a couple of times with base hits. That's the only question with Relaford. Is he going to hit enough to stay up?
Seems to be the question about anybody that comes into the major leagues. You can pretty much predict how a guy can do it defensively, but even if you're a good hitter in the minor leagues, it's not a free pass in the big leagues.
That was the question about his predecessor, Kevin Stalker, who had one real good offensive year and then wound up just about vanishing with the bat after that. 1-2 now to Relaford. So Alfonso sneaking in, suspicious that Relaford might be up to something. Now he's back even with a bag with a ball and 2 strikes. Right there for a called 3rd strike.
Oh, Wendell's look good.
5 in a row for Turk.
Left fielder Ruben Amaro.
Steve Phillips went out and got some good pitching, got some depth. Wendell coming over in that trade last year with Rojas. And on this pitch, it's right on the corner. Nothing you can do about that. That's those scouting reports we were talking about.
So 2 out, nobody on. This is Ruben Amaro's first plate appearance. Came on in a double switch in the 12th inning. 1-0. His daddy, of course, former Phillies and Yankees shortstop. An outstanding glove man was his father. 2 balls, no strikes to Junior. Of course, you think of Junior nowadays, Ken Griffey Jr. automatically jumps into your head. Will this be the year that Junior Griffey or Mark McGuire put Roger Maris's home run record to rest? Morrow held his swing. It's 3-0. Two teams at Tampa Bay and Arizona will spread the pitching out a little bit more. Historically, in expansion years, the hitters have prospered. This will be a 3-0 to Ruben Amaro, and he misses outside. A 4-pitch walk by Wendell, and the Phillies have the go-ahead run aboard with 2 out. Doug Glanville coming
Center
up.
fielder Doug Glanville.
Wendell had gotten the first 5 Phillies hitters. Now he'll have to deal with a base runner.
Well, this late in the game, you might as well put him in motion, try to get him in scoring position for Glanville.
Tim Spear has thrown out 1 base runner. The Phillies have stolen 1 base. And that's downstairs.
Does Glanville give him a couple pitches to try to get a jump off first base?
The operative number with Glanville, 5. And Wendell has now thrown 5 in a row out of the strike zone. Now the game started under bright sunshine. Unprecedented for the 31st of March in terms of the temperatures. The lights are on now as we get past 6 o'clock. And that missed inside. 6 in a row out of the strike zone. The pitcher's spot is due up next.
Glanville's a leadoff hitter. That's leadoff in the Philly lineup. You give him the take sign. Wendell's missed with 6 straight.
That's the breaking ball over, 2-1.
It's a backup breaking ball that got the corner of the plate.
Ruben Amaro, the base runner at first with 2 out. No score here in the 14th inning. Another breaking ball. Ordonez goes the short way. And Wendell is out of trouble. No runs, no hits, a walk. Matt Franco, pardon me, will grab a bat. See if he can get this thing over with. Last of the 14th is coming. And Edgardo Alfonso will try and send what's left of this big crowd home happy. Remember Dante Bichette? Oh, little hot dog, more than a little hot dog when he hit the home run to beat the Mets. And honey, I'm going to be a little late for dinner.
She's having trouble getting through on that cell phone. That's the second time she's tried that number.
Here's Franco going after the first pitch up the middle. A base hit from Matt Franco. And the winning run is on with nobody out.
Oh, big hit for Matt Franco, leading off here in the bottom of the 14th.
One of those signs probably mean bunt. Cookie says, let me see him again.
Cookie wants the signs again from Bobby Valentine.
Brian McRae staring down, making sure there's no miscommunication. Earlier in the game, Baerga was summoned by Rojas. Make sure that they were on the same page.
Roland waiting on the grass.
And then McRae pulled it back.
Roland was as close to McRae when there was nobody on base. He was anticipating the punt. Now Roland is a good defensive third base. He's quick. He's aggressive, and he might try to cut Franco down at second base.
2-0. Well, now what? Do you take a pitch here?
I wouldn't. Bobby Valentine's been very aggressive.
Alfonso on deck. 2-0 to McRae. The winning run at first, nobody out. Took it.
I'll tell you what, you take a pitch here. Although this is a situation where he's got to throw a strike. This is going to be the best pitch you're going to see to hit. He was taking 2-1. He's taking 2-0. Now it's 3-0. Really show me something to let him hit here.
Oh. The Mets have 2 men on, nobody out. A 4-pitch walk to McRae after a base hit by Matt Franco. Now you know how well Alfonso handles the bat. You got to figure the butt's coming here. You would think, anyway.
Looked like a breaking ball. Couldn't have been. It was 3-0.
Galen Cisco coming to the mound. Nobody throwing, though, in the Phillies bullpen. Alfonso 0 for 4. But last time out, he pushed the first pitch punt to get a runner up. Holds it back. And Ed Montague looked like he pulled back also. It looked like he was going to call a strike.
Hey, you get a situation here. This the most versatile hitter on the Mets ball club is Alfonso.
Bobby Valentine also might have wanted to have seen what the Phillies were going to do defensively.
Watch the bat come back.
He deadened the ball, but not enough. Alfonso fails to get the sacrifice. And so still runners at first and second. Franco is erased. McRae now the winning run at second. Alfonso at first.
Well, you see the ball in front of home plate and a good play by Vitalico to cut down the runner at third base. So they got Matt Franco at third base, and a nice play by the right-handed pitcher, Vitalico. This is a key, obviously a key spot again for Gilkey.
He's had a rough day, 0 for 4. Oh, pass rolling into left field. Falling down is McRae. He was being waved home, but he fell down. And the Mets will have to settle for the bases loaded. Cookie Rojas was waving McRae around. Ruben Amaro, the left fielder, was up with the ball, but the bases are loaded instead of a play at the plate.
We showed the hot spot for Gilkey his last time up, but once again the ball was in his hot spot. He picks up the hit. McRae with good speed is going to score easily. Watch this. There's the hot spot, and Vitalico threw it right there. Gilkey hitting the ball, just getting it past Roland. And McRae with his speed would have scored easily. And he fell going around third base, so he had to hold on. So now it's Luis Lopez. Watch the reaction on the bench. They thought it was all over because of McRae's speed.
So here's Lopez, infield in, outfield in. Ball 1.
Well, Vitalico firing that fastball, but way out of the strike zone. Overthrowing.
The only run that matters, Brian McRae at third. Alfonso's at second, Gilkey at first.
And what Lopez has to do is put the ball in play. Get the bat on the ball.
1 ball, no strikes. 2-0. First time today the Mets have had a runner as far as third base. All Terry Francona can do is hope Vitalico figures something out. Nothing doing in the Phillies bullpen. 2-0 on Lopez. Two balls, one strike. The pitcher's spot is due up next. Alberto Castillo is in the on-deck circle. Remember, Jim Tatum's already been used. Castillo, the only other available catcher. And now it's 2-2. Vitalico had thrown 2 balls to start Lopez.
Well, Vitalico's been through it time and again. He's going to go right after Lopez with that fastball.
Vitalico's third inning of work. He is the 5th Philadelphia pitcher. 2-2 to Lopez with 1 out and the bases loaded. They'll do it again, 2-2. The Mets are hoping it doesn't come to this, but John Hudek is throwing in the bullpen in case they go to the 15th. Still 2-2 on Lopez. Outfield very shallow, of course, with the infield in as well. Breaking ball, full count.
Oh, that was a gutsy pitch by Vitalico. If he gets it over, he gets Lopez.
Well, they've been playing about 4.5 hours now, and it's all going to come down to this next pitch. Jeffries can hardly look.
2-2 breaking ball from a fastball pitcher.
It'll be a payoff pitch. Why not? This game's been so good. Why not throw another one in this situation?
Started, was lifted after 10. And again, a payoff pitch to Lopez. Popped it up. The infield fly rule is called, so the batter's automatically out, and now it'll be up to Castillo. Curt Wendell would be the winning pitcher if Castillo can find a way to get McRae home.
Well, Vitalico 3-2 fastball. He beat Lopez with it. Lopez gets underneath and pops it up in the infield.
So Alberto Castillo will be the batter for Curt Wendell.
Castillo, throughout his minor league career, has never been known as an offensive player. He's an outstanding defensive player. A base hit here will make Bobby Valentine and Bob Apodaca very happy. They're believers in Alberto Castillo.
This is it. Everybody's been used. A strike to Castillo, 0-1. Every position player has now been utilized by New York. So now hoping Bryan stays put. 1-1 to Castillo.
Huge break in this inning when Brian McRae, with real good speed on a base hit, rounded third base and slipped.
The other two are window dressing. McRae at third is all that matters. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Castillo.
Frustration mounts for Todd Hundley, and this is only opening day. Two and two. Vitalico just did miss. Infield and outfield, of course, have reverted to normal depth. Lopez had a chance, but he popped up to Roland. Where the Mets can use that Steve Beazer play against David Cohn from last year at Yankee Stadium. And it'll be a 2-2 to Castillo. Oh, here we go again.
Well, you know what you're going to get right here. You're going to get a fastball. Terry Francona looking on.
About 4 hours and 40 minutes of elapsed playing time. And every pitch has led to this, which will either end it or send us to the 15th, save for a foul. Line drive, put this baby in the books. Mets win. The Mets win on opening day again.
How about that?
It took Bobby Valentine's full complement of position players. Alberto Castillo, perhaps the lightest bat in the entire dugout for the New York Mets, with a game-winning hit on opening day off of Ricky Vitalico.
What a story right there. Alberto Castillo coming in and getting a 3-2 fastball and handling the ball, hitting the ball hard in the right field. And a big hit for Alberto Castillo. No doubt about his glove in his arm. And this has to make Bobby Valentine very happy. He's been a believer in Alberto for a long time. And Alberto Castillo getting the game-winning hit opening day in front of a big crowd. Reaction in the dugout.
Well, they were up earlier on a false alarm when McRae fell rounding third. This time it's for real. And after about 4 hours and 40 minutes of sometimes excruciating baseball, the Mets break through, and it's Alberto Castillo, the last position player remaining, who drills the game-winning hit. 8 times the Mets have opened the season against the Philadelphia Phillies. Now they've won 6 of them. 1-0 in 14 innings this afternoon here at Shea Stadium. Let's take you downstairs and join Matt Loughlin with manager Bobby Valentine.
Howie, and a happy Bobby Valentine it is. Bobby, it took a long time, but the Mets came through with a big win on opening day.
Well, we had a lot of fans here. We want to give them their money's worth. We know that we're the game of the week here, and it was a great game. The bullpen pitched great after Bobby Jones pitched great. We made all the defense that we thought we could, and defense gets a win. Bullpen gets the win, and Albert Castillo, a big base hit, the one for the catchers too, huh?
Well, you have been a big supporter of Alberto Castillo, and he comes through in a clutch situation with that solid base hit.
He had a good at-bat. Took the count to 3-2. The pitcher was in a jam, and he was really relaxed and got a base hit to win the game. After Brian Fell coming around third, you know, you start to scratch your head, but it's a new season, and it worked out nicely.
Bobby, among the impressive things from the Mets today, you referred to it, the fact that the bullpen came in and did such a fantastic job.
Yeah, it's going to be one of our strengths, and they put up a lot of zeros. And they're not going to have to wait for the hitters to come around this long often, but they threw some pretty good pitchers at us today with Vitalico and of course Schilling pitching as much as he did. But we did enough. 1's fine. 1-0 is fine. Like the game.
I know you tend to take things one game at a time. Don't get too excited. Don't get too low. But this has to be such a good start for the season. Give you a lot more confidence coming in and say, hey, might be a year that the Mets can do something.
Well, it's one game, but we have a good team, and we know what our strengths are. We know how to play the game. We didn't give anything away today. We should have made a bunt there. Alfonso really disappointed that he didn't get the bunt down, but besides that, we played a pretty good baseball game, and we're capable of doing that.
Last year, 24 wins in the final at-bat. You start off the season with the win in the final at-bat. Can you stand more of these?
Well, we play the game from the first out to the last out. That's what they preach in there. That's what they say in the dugout. We're playing the entire game, guys. So it's not one inning. It's not the start of the game, the middle of the game. It's till the end of the game, and it ended quite nicely tonight.
All right, Bobby, we appreciate your time. Congratulations on the team's victory. Back upstairs to you, Howie and Fran.
All right, Matt, the Mets 1-0 winners, and so many things hinge on one pitch or one at-bat that make you feel as a manager either miserable or ecstatic. Now Bobby can think of how strong the bullpen was. Never mind the failure of Alfonso to get the bunt down there. But 25 years after a relief pitcher named Tug McGraw told New York to believe, Bobby learned to believe in his revamped bullpen today.
Well, and the big thing is they've been billing the bullpen all winter long and during spring training as a quality bullpen with a lot of depth, and they used them all today, and they really did the job. And let's not forget the starting pitcher, Bobby Jones, or Curt Schilling.
Schilling with 8 brilliant innings, Jones with 6 strong shutout innings. But in the end, it was Alberto Castillo making Turk Wendell and the Mets winners on opening day.